Oh, hello. I'm doing alright. I'm just eating a burrito. A housing genius. Well, thank you, but I don't think it's. I just spend way too much time talking about this. Who is David? I don't know. Someone from Facebook? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a troll, but yeah. Yeah, Facebook Yang Gang. I've been adding every single Yang Gang person on Facebook. My goal is to get all of them. Become friends with all of them 100%. Bob, give me a crease. What? Why? What? What is the? What's the? Be glad you have a thing. Yeah, I'm lucky. I do have a thing. I have way too many things, but now I have to go try to like make my way back into reality, you know. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Today I'm gonna be ready. I'm working mostly on writing. I'm gonna be trying to produce some housing articles. If I do a good job on this, I might it might lead to an actual paid work, which would be nice. And then, I'm eating my burrito right now, so just gonna check out. You know, let's look around for tech things, tech work. Okay, so there is one in downtown. Hmm. Pretty close. Actually, I could walk to that. I could walk to that like right now. Nah, I didn't know they opened up a office here. Okay, I should check it out then. Okay, let's see. 360 East 2nd Street. Alright. Block restream bug is giving me toxic AI. Okay. That's, sure. It's up to you. What you want to see is what you want to see. Early Brody started in Texas. Yang, last page. Yang. Yeah. He should just change his name to A, or actually, the better way, the better thing to do is to change his name to a number. The number will be, you know, the numbers come before alphabets, so it'll be 01 Andrew Yang. There you go. And it'll be on the top of the beta every time. Oh, you read it wrong, sorry. No, that's okay. Oh yeah, tilde Andrew. Make sure you put the tilde, it's part of my name. Stop disrespecting my culture. I meant how many people like housing? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's the problem with chat, you know? It's alright. No harm done. I can tell when people are being, like, kind of, you know, hostile. So. No, he didn't come off as that weird. I just thought it is a little, well, you know, some calling someone a genius is like not normal, but what? Why you got pissed? Why you get pissed? Like what's wrong? I'm just here eating a burrito, you know? I've been eating way too many of this burrito. Is this a breakfast burrito? No. Eggs, bacon, cheese. It's good. It's a good burrito, but I ate like 5 of these this week. You're so cold. Well, what? Because I was getting cold because you were getting hot, you know? That's how it works. You need a balance, you know? I like to keep things even. So. Mike is gonna win, isn't he? He might, man. Shit. Like, dude. I hate to admit it, but he's been running a very smart campaign. Also, he has a shitload of money, but you know that helps too. But he's making good use of his money, you know. And I'm like, oh crap! Like he might actually win. I want a sorry. Sure, I'll give you a sorry. Sorry for being cold. I know, right? His ad against Bernie Sanders was brilliant. You know, I think that would rally a lot of the moderates to his side after that ad. You know. Yeah, man. And he is a media tycoon, right? He knows how the media works. Oh, God. Yeah, It must be nice having an infinite supply of resources. You know? I'm just like, damn. They reminded me, I'm like, hey, actually, I need money too. Mike Bloomberg is an inspiration to us all. Sort of cool things you can do when you have infinite money. So I don't know, man. And the thing is, okay, this what makes it really hard for me is that he oh, excuse me. Um he's what's the word? What's the word? He's not that bad on housing. Not to say that he's good, but he's a lot better on housing than a lot of the other candidates, you know? Or just sound like daggers to me. Well, maybe you need to take a break. You know, you don't have to listen. You don't have to be here if it's unpleasant. You know. Sorry, but I don't know what I did. Just funneled millions into lower to. So you know, I have a very soft spot. I have a soft spot for Michael Bloomberg, okay? Because you know, I mean, look at this. Look at this. See, look at this, man. Huh. Right? This comes from Bloomberg Media, and he's right. You know, he's right, and he supported SB 50 when everyone else was like, I don't know, you know, I don't know about this whole building housing during a housing shortage thing, right? So, it's hard for me to just dismiss him entirely, you know? It is an opinion piece, yes, but the fact that he allowed this to get published, right? Like, and it's not the first one. No, there's a couple, you know, like that's not the only one. Like I don't know where it is, but and then there's a journalist who covered our movement. She was from Bloomberg as well, you know, in LA. I kind of lost contact with her, but she was. He was like, yeah, I work for Bloomberg. Keep it up, Yimbys. You're fighting the good fight. And so I'm like, oh, and then but there's like so many things about him that I don't like, you know. You're making it hard for me, Michael Bloomberg. Oh, about it. Wow. I mean, of course that's what he's gonna do, right? It's like, hey, I own this media company. Why would he let his own company talk bad things about him? Right? I don't know. So I don't know. Okay, so I was like talking about this with now when is the next debate? I'm like so like I like so like don't care anymore, you know, in a lot of ways. But let's see. The New York Times one is the best, I think. It's very clear. So next one is wow, it's tomorrow. Holy crap, it's tomorrow already. I guess I should make a video about it. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow. Like, I'm probably not gonna bother watching it. I'll just, you know, I'll just get the. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, now that he's out of the race, now they put him in. See, they're taunting us. see, there's even a little gap here where they could totally cut him off, but no, they left him in because, yeah. Oh man. All right. So this is the things to pay attention for, right? Michael Bloomberg is like, man, just call him the boomer. You know, he's the Michael Bloomberg. So he's gonna represent the centrist and moderate boomer crowd. And I think he's like kind of taking over Joe Biden. You know, Joe Biden was supposed to be that guy, but then now, you know, he ain't doing so well. So, you know, this is where the surge came from, right? Everybody who kind of lost faith in Biden is now flocking to Bloomberg, I'm pretty sure. And, you know, there's a lot of them, right? Like, Biden is, like, seriously, like, right? He was the front runner for this whole time. And if everybody's flocking to him, then, then he could win. He could seriously win. He doesn't even have to. He doesn't even have to get 51%, because I do think that if it gets to a broker caucus, Mike will have the advantage over people like Sanders, right? Because he knows how to work the system better than Sanders does. So he could win. He could win. He could totally win. And the people that are supposed to, people who are supposed to stop him is Sanders and Warren, right? But so this is actually an opportunity for Warren to shine, because she is the most experienced in calling out billionaire bullshit, right? This is her whole thing, right? She fought the banks, right? And you know, this is an opportunity for Warren to make a comeback, but she's gonna have to like really like lay it in hard to him, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work, but I think she's gonna try. Yeah, she has nothing to lose at this point, so it seems very, very likely that we're gonna see kind of like a confrontation between Warren and Bloomberg. Now, Bernie is like, I think he's gonna, what's the word? Chicken out, you know? Like, Bernie bros do this a lot, but they talk they talk a lot of shit, but when it's time to, you know, when it's time to step to the plate, they usually don't, you know? I see this in local politics too. They're like, oh, do this, do that, and they don't show up. Yeah, they don't show up to the important meetings, so like it's kind of like whatever. And so, and then like Bernie's been closing up to Joe Biden this whole race, right? Like I'm pretty sure that guillotine people are disappointed, and so I think he's gonna be very meek. Like I would love to see Bernie like get into a one-on-one fuck you billionaire battle, right? But do you see that happening? I mean, honestly, do you see that happening? Like, just look back at all the debates up until this point. Do you really see Bernie really doing that? Like, right? Like, he should have been going like hard after people like Tom Steyer, right? Like Tom Steyer, right? We already had a billionaire in the race. And like Tom Steyer is an outsider. It should have been like pretty easy for for an established Democrat like him to just like go after someone like Tom Howard and be like billionaires you should not exist, like or something. I don't know. Isn't that his platform? He said that, right? Like he said that billionaires should not exist. Well, there's one right over there. There's one right over there. Wait, is Tom in the next one? Did he make it? Doesn't say that he did. He might not even be there. So whatever, Tom's gone. Okay, so now we have a new billionaire. So Tom didn't make the cut. Ah, no, Tom. No, he was going to save democracy. Yeah, okay, so they just swapped out the old billionaire for the new billionaire. So, hey, Bernie, here's your chance, man. Here's your chance to prove yourself that you're, you're gonna stand up to the monies, but he's not gonna do it. Like he's totally not gonna do it. Like, yeah, Tom's okay. I mean, yeah, I don't want him as president, but he's okay. But that's the problem, right? That's the problem with the whole race. Like everybody's just kind of okay, right? Like Yang was really the only one where I was just like, wow, I want this guy, right? Everyone else is like, yeah, you have some good things, and you have some good things. I agree with you here and there, but I don't know. Whatever. Oh yeah, vote blue no matter who, and make sure you get the spelling correctly. Yeah, that shit's really annoying, actually. Like, it's like, it's like when you ask someone to vote for your person, you're asking them a favor, right? You're not entitled to anyone's vote, but vote blue no matter who is just like, yeah, I know, and it's just like an admission that it's like, yeah, it's really just admitting that everyone on stage is bad, you know. That's what people say when they're desperate, right? Because it's like, no, don't vote because there's something good about that person. Vote blue just because, And no, I'm not gonna buy that. I'm sorry. Okay, well, now that I'm back on LinkedIn, let's see what a mess my profile is after I yanged it. Ooh, I don't want. Kind of don't want to see it. Hmm. What are the betting odds for Bloomberg? Oh, let's see. Let's check it out. Let's see. Betting on. Here it is. I mean, you know, it's the talk of the town. 31 versus 47. So Bloomberg could win, man. And Biden is going down the toilet. Hmm. I mean, okay, like I would think that the most realistic scenario is that Sanders gets the nomination, but does not make 51%, and so it goes to a broker convention, and then Bloomberg wins. He might not win. It'll be very contested. Everybody is going to be pissed off, like everybody, you know. And then meanwhile, people on the right, you know, the Republicans are just like laughing their ass off at this whole thing as the Democratic poll numbers drop, and then Trump wins re-election, and everybody's sad, except for the people on the right. They think it's hilarious, you know. So, oh god, see this? People are trying to recruit me into doing stuff with them. I'm like, I don't wanna do all that shit, you know. I don't wanna get involved. Like, are you kidding me? Look at what's happening. Like, you want me to get involved with that? Like, no, thank you. I supported my guy Yang. I think Yang is great, and now he's out. No thanks. You know, and like really, like, I don't know. You know, they're talking about VP or cabinet and all that shit, but it's like, well, you're not gonna win. Like, what's, you know? I think, like, yeah, Yang knows this, right? Yang is a smart guy. He knows that if he becomes a VP for a candidate in this race, they're probably gonna lose, and it's probably gonna be kind of embarrassing, you know, to be honest. Like, so, hey, QP. So, does he really want to be a part of that? On one hand, it's probably gonna be embarrassing, but on the other hand, it'll get him more name recognition. You know, so which is better? I don't know. You know, but I'm just looking at the Democrats are screwed. They're screwed. Like, do you really think like Michael Bloomberg can beat Trump? Especially when he's gonna end up pissing off so many people in the process. It's gonna be very dystopian, you know. Two white old billionaires from New York who have worked in media through their whole lives. You know, that's our choices, right? Which white old media dude from New York do you want, right? Like, that's our two choices. Like, wow, go America, you know. Yeah, well, I did say like the most realistic one was Biden and Yang, right? So I can't really see Yang really getting along with any of the others. Where's it? Democratic primaries. Like, I can't really see Yang really getting along with any of the others except for Joe Biden, you know? But Joe Biden's campaign is tanking right now. Why does Yang want to go down with that ship? He's gonna have to save the ship. You know, even for a guy like Yang, I don't know. You know, that's asking for a bit much. You know, he's gonna have to cover for Biden, basically. You know. Oh, and the broker convention. Oh man, I don't even know. I don't even know how that stuff works. Because it never happens, you know. Hold on, let me get my. Oh god. Why is politics so political, you know? Okay, so here it is. It's time to update my LinkedIn, you know? It's time to get back to reality here. So I gotta change. Okay, let's see. I mean, I can leave this picture for a while, I think. Because I'll be like, whoa, you know Andrew Yang? Yeah, and I was like, yeah, he's my best bud. Hire me, you know? Did Yang drop out yet? No, he's back in. Didn't you hear? Didn't you hear, Hank? People are still canvassing. Look. I ain't shitting you either. Like, seriously, like. Nevada. Bloomberg being on the debate just raised the stakes. What does that mean? I don't know. Whatever. Canvas Yang. See? They're still canvassing for Yang, even though he's suspended his campaign. Look. Yeah, they're still canvassing in Nevada right now. And I'm not even kidding. Like, they're like. So, you know, he technically didn't drop out. He technically did. Oh yeah, Oh yeah, thanks for this. GOP, yeah, they'd be like, they're saying it's undemocratic to convince people to vote for Yang. Undemocratic? Man, it's fucked up, man. Like, there's something really, like, seriously wrong with the Burden campaign. Like, it's too bad, because there's a lot of nice people who are Bernie supporters, but that happens when you don't keep them under control, you know? So there's rumors going around, okay? There's rumors going around that Yang, you know, he's gonna win Nevada somehow through magic, you know? Miracles happen. And then it'd be like, whoa, look at this guy. He won even though he dropped out. Isn't that amazing? So he's gonna unsuspend his campaign and then we're gonna go right back at it. Oh man, I might get some paid work now. See, speak of the devil. Okay. I mean, this is not going to be very interesting. I'm literally just updating my resume. I figure, I mean, you know, I just like share everything online anyway. Like, why not? Why not just go all the way? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one. No, this one is fine. I'm gonna get rid of this one because it pisses some people off. Okay, so you are gone. I'm gonna get rid of this. Delete. Okay, and then professional address leaker. Okay, stop bringing that up. Okay, that was that. It was only that, just that one time. Okay. Yeah, just that one time, and yes, I did have to swap out my credit card several times this year, and it's probably because of stuff I do online, but I've learned my lesson, okay? Learned my lesson. And you never, I you see the lesson is never trust anyone on the internet. Like, nobody. Don't trust no one. Oh man, it's so weird coming back to LinkedIn, you know, where people do work and shit. So I need to make a post about like, hey guys, so what have you been doing? Like, hey, what's up? You might have noticed that I've been missing from you know, from productive society for about a year or a year and a half, you know. And so I gotta be, you know, like have a good story. See, like, look at this. I've been busy staying in, you know, like, basically they just want to see that you're not like, yeah, what were you doing this whole time? Well, you know, I was like getting high and playing video games for about a year. But like, but well, if I had a wife, you know, my wife is really mad at me. So that's why I'm here for this interview. Giving me a job. I really need it. You know, that doesn't make for a good interview, you know? So you gotta be like, hey man, I've been busy doing important shit. Busy campaigning for Yang's presidential bid this year, but now that the efforts are starting to wind down, now be getting back into the what outright symbol? What are you talking about? Oh, but it's supposed to be an academic study. God, do you think people are that shallow and superficial? Don't answer that question, you know, but I know, Pepe, right? I knew you would say yes. I knew you would say yes. But maybe I don't want to work with those people anyway. They can't be bothered to like spend 2 seconds to look at the fucking title of the PowerPoint. Would I want to work with them anyway? You know, like then move states. Man, you talk as if like you've been here before. Have you ever been to California, actually? Because I know you're way over there in Europe, but the bro on bro battle. I know. What were they fighting about? They're like They're revolutionizing each other, right? Good for them.
Woo, child, the ghetto. Did y'all see how them Bernie bros was acting down in Denver, Colorado at that Bernie Sanders rally? The ghetto. You know, y'all saw the footage. They were straight up scrapping, okay? They were throwing them bows. Okay, it was move, bitch, get out the way. So I saw how this argument started. And this is peak bro behavior. Now, somebody captured it and they said that it was a white man.
The peak goes very high sometimes.
Putting this black man in place over his t-shirt. He called his t-shirt racist. Now, I couldn't tell that the man that was being verbally accosted, was black. Okay, but that's what they say. So I don't know. Y'all can make your own judgment on that. But the man, supposedly black man, had on a shirt that said "Black Guns Matter." And so this white man took it upon himself to tell this black man, alleged black man, that his t-shirt was racist towards black people. Because
it's one of those as lives. It's now, one of those intersectionality battles.
I might be there with you. But who the fuck are you to tell a black man that his shirt is racist towards black people? Why can't y'all mind your motherfucking business? That's why somebody went upside your head. I don't know who started out.
Yeah, she's right. Mind your own fucking business. That is like the best.
But isn't that the kind of shit they do all the time? Parachute that motherfucking ass in there. They try to do this performative wokeness when all you really had to do was mind your goddamn business. These Bernie bros are out of control, child. The same day that motherfucking Michael Bloomberg puts out an ad talking about how crazy these Bernie bro and broette, he used broette, that's my term.
Broette.
Motherfuckers are, these motherfuckers out there fighting at a rally. The day before, they had the bare-breasted broettes, topless titty bitches protesting. What they gonna do today, Jail? What?
Yeah, see, what? I almost got in trouble for that. They were like topless. They're like topless protests against Bernie's anti-dairy I don't even know what it is. Anyway, they were naked and it's on Twitter. And then a good thing I moved it off screen because, yeah, you could see everything. Yeah. It sounds like she's trying to be overly black. Well, you know, there's a performative aspect to all
As
things,
the world
right?
turns in Bernie world, what y'all gonna do today? What kind of crazy shit y'all gonna pull today, Chia? Now we need to know because this shit is crazy. And then
But she used to be a Kamala supporter, so that might explain a few things, right? Kamala is a black woman pretending to be a black woman. Right? That was her thing. She's like, hey, look, I'm black. Look how black I am, right? Check it out. Here's my speech. Okay, anyway, so this is why identity politics does not work, is because when you build your identity around whatever you think you are, which is really just a marketing. Like the only reason why, like, okay, so you know, if you're like, I don't know, if you're like a Latino woman, lesbian, vegan, right? And that's your identity. Then that is very specific. And what they do online is you know, those are the keywords, and then they create marketing campaigns to people like you. And that's what makes it so crazy. Because people on the far left seem to be like against capitalism, but they get attached to this identity that is totally created by marketing agencies, you know? So, long story short, you know, all these people create these really crazy tribes against these identities, and then they start fighting each other. I've seen it all the time in San Francisco. You know, gay people versus trans people, right? It's just like everybody like creates their own camps, and then they start like, it's a free for all. You just happened to catch it on camera when they were punching each other, right? But people punch each other all the time in San Francisco over stuff like that. You know, it's just like, wow. Wait, what? The fight was over some kind of T-shirt, and they got mad over a T-shirt. That was like, oh man, no. Anyway, the more I look into it, the more and more looking like Michael Bloomberg is gonna win, man. And oh, what does that mean for society, right? It's a dark day. So anyway, I'm gonna brag a little bit. You have to brag a little bit when you're looking for a job, you know. So what is it at now? Like, I'm gonna say 1200, 12. No, I shouldn't. Okay, 1100, fine. Ugh. Alright. Yang Yang. Humanity first. Yang 2020. Andrew Yang. Then I should put my link to the channel. It's a video. What is this? That's a document. Alright, well, whatever, if anyone cares. Oh, wait, no, I gotta add more. Oh, good. Actually, I don't need. It's fine. Okay, so I mean, okay, so I know where to go. I gotta go to these things. It's March 10. That's a ways away, man. Social media boot camp. That's today? That's today. Or is this a course? Oh, this is a course. Never mind. Beat Saber workout. Okay. I'm not gonna ask what that is, but okay, yeah, see you around, man. Wait, this is today too. Wow, they do a lot of stuff. I should probably go to this thing. 6:30 tonight. I know all about this. I mean, everything I do here is improv. Beat Saber is really fun. Want to find out what it is? No. No, it's okay. I'm okay. Thank you, though, you know. I should go to this. Yeah. I should go. Yeah, I should go. Oh yeah, I should also respond to the guy who's willing to pay me too. Yeah, you know, that's a good thing. I don't know who any of these people are, but they're all women, interestingly enough. Which is fine. She looks familiar. I probably saw her somewhere around. Okay then. Oops. I think. Okay, let's see. And I'm smart now. I'm gonna do this off screen instead of. Okay. I don't know. As I get older, I'm just like, don't. Best way to get a job is to talk to people, not write a million resumes. Oh, how bad. When is this gonna be over, man? Hey, well, I just want this primaries to be over. Maybe to refresh it enough. Nope, still 22-21. Got a long way to go. Oh, Beat Saber. Beat Saber is a VR Guitar Hero. I need to get my my head out of the gutter, because I thought, you know, don't ask what I thought it was at first. now that I know what it is, I'm like, okay. I see. I can see how this is fun. Yeah. So he was using this thing as a workout routine, huh? Okay. Okay, well, it's making a little bit dizzy, but... Add Grammarly to Windows. Is that a good idea? I don't trust this app stuff. He beat it. Well, there's always someone who's gonna do it, right? There's always someone. Okay, so Andre. No, we'll just do housing articles. All right, you're distracting me from my work, but I'll do. Yeah, I have to use Grammarly because my publisher, well, you know, that's what we're using. That's how it goes. All right, dude. All right, man. I'm getting tired just watching. And I'm gonna skip ahead to the end. Oh god. How to do it? Rote memorization. Middle's intense bit. Okay. I mean, basically, you have to just play it over and over and over and over and over and over until you get it right, you know? That's how you do it. So you need so yeah, I was never really good at these games. You know, they have those music games, right? Similar to these. But yeah. I'm more on the making the music side rather than playing it, right? So, hey Jimmy, I'm doing all right. By the way, your Twitch is set to normal latency, so we have a huge delay here. Maybe that's how I prefer it to be. I don't want things to be too intimate, you know? But okay, fine. I'll change it. See how it is. Maybe that was the whole problem. Did you see Yang with Negranu? What's that? Someone gave me a subscription to Amy C3. Wow. That was very nice. That was very nice of Nominet. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? I didn't ask for it. Wow. Okay. Well, thanks. Well, what's going on, man? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so where's latency? Latency is channels and videos. Okay, I'm gonna try low latency, okay? Is that it? Is that it? Am I low latency now? Do you feel me? I had an interview with a poker player. No, Jimmy, this is not for you, but this is more for the Twitch people. Okay, I don't know. Well, let's see. I mean, last time I wrote all my articles on live on stream and it went okay, so I just gotta do it again. Yeah, I wonder if it's the same thing for YouTube. Let's check. Settings, channel. Advanced settings. Advanced settings. I don't know. Wait. No. Nah, it's okay. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Oh, hey, Lunar. Welcome. Alright, so remember, these shit. You may or may not have been here when I was writing this, but you know, and then I got this, and then I showed it to, you know, the publisher, and he was like, "Man, this sucks. Do it all over. You suck, Ryan." And I was like, "Fine." Nah, he was very nice about it, but this is a work in progress, you know, and so he wants this to be like 10 times simpler. Who said it sucks? My publisher, man. He's just like, man, look at this. Look at all these big words like gentrification. Do you think, you know, average Joe drunk off his ass drinking a beer is gonna spend the time reading all this shit here, you know? And I was like, no, he won't. He's too drunk. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it all over. So that's what we're doing today. I'm not even kidding. No, but actually, really, I really like the guy I'm working with. But he wants it simpler, so that's what we're gonna do. So basically, it's this, but written in a way that a 5-year-old could understand, right? That's hard, man. It's hard, man. Six self-publishes his book. Yeah. He's like a metalhead political commentator. That's how I would describe him, I think. Six. Also a Trump guy. Okay, anyway. Let me start. Yeah, instead of trying to cram everything into one thing, I should probably just get... I'm just gonna put gentrification versus... What the hell? What the hell? Stay still. Stay still. Okay. Like, even explaining what gentrification means is hard. So here's the deal, right? Grammarly has all this stuff here, right? Yeah, there's all these what do you call them? Parameters that you can use to like set it. So you wanted general, informal, casual, friendly, and then informative. I remember now. So I'd be like, okay, you know, I mean, the main point of this is like, hey, and so I originally was writing this to appeal to like industry people, you know, and I thought I did a pretty good job with it, but he wants to appeal to the masses, and that's hard. You know, like housing is so complicated. It's like, how do you simplify it to the point where anybody can understand it? But oh yeah, I just got the pro account QOP today. I just signed up for it because it's like, okay, I'm gonna be using this professionally. Now he wants to call me. Now he's gonna yell at me how shitty my thing is. No, it's actually a very good working relationship, so I'm just kidding, okay? But this is the main point. This is the main point we need to drive in. And everything else I can probably get rid of. Like, seriously, honestly, like... Okay, So, do you know about... Okay, before I do this, do you know... So you should be able to adjust your thing at... Like, wasn't there like a 6th grade or, you know, like, reading level indicator somewhere? You know? Actually, I'm gonna just tell him, yeah, anytime after 3... Okay, good. Yeah, no, I want to do this first. So... Yeah, so do you know, like, how to, like, get... So say if I, like, you know, hey, build more housing, right? Like, how do I get the reading? Oh man, look how good this is. Okay, that's it. That's it, I'm done. I got all the check marks. He said to keep it under 300. He said to keep it under 500 words. 350. This is only 4 words. Okay, so let me just... Okay, let me see. I do have to focus a little bit for this. Caffeine blues. I get that all the time. Oh yeah, I remember this song. Your article is 200 IQ? Oh, was it? Yeah, that's too high. The IQ level is way too high. It needs to be 80 IQ. It needs to be dumbed down. You could... That's one way of looking at it. But... No, man, you know, I had a really good conversation with him, and it was just like, okay, he needs someone who is smart enough to understand what the fuck is going on with housing, right? So if you want to understand what the problem is with the housing crisis, you have to be kind of smart, but you have to be... But there's a lot of people who are like that, right? And that did not solve the problem. So what you need is someone even smarter who knows how to talk about these complex subjects in a very simple way without losing any substance. And so that's what I'm trying to do now, and I told him that's fucking hard as hell, you know, like right? Right, like the metaphor, like, he's Yang Gang, you know. I met this guy through the Yang Gang stuff, and so the metaphor he used was, you know, it's kind of like how Andrew Yang took the idea of UBI, right, Universal Basic Income, and he just like made it $1,000 a month, right? anybody can understand that. So he thought Yang did a pretty good job with that, right? Pretty good job of simplifying things, but could have been done better. And I think a lot of the, you know, since this is an Andrew Yang channel, I think we could have done that better too, like as a group, you know, because I just see all these people on Twitter and Reddit and they're like, you know, arguing the finer points of UBI versus federal jobs guarantee, but at the end of the day, what we found out the hard way is that nobody cares. Alright? Because they're not even listening. So, I think there's something to it, you know? It's something I want to work on myself. So I'm trying to get my videos shorter, you know? I'm trying to make a point clear, faster, but the hard part is that you try to make the same point without losing any content. But oh god, no. Now all of a sudden this seems real hard now, damn it. now I'm like, oh no, what do I do? Shit. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, anyway, this is the main point, so I should, you know, this is the main point. Alright. So even dummies understand. Yeah, see, but the thing is, you can't call them dummies, right? And it's not, it's not necessarily about being smart or dumb, it's more about, like, you know, I don't know, do you understand how theoretical physics works, right? Or maybe you do, I don't know, but, you know, just take some really highly specialized, like, idea, right? Like, do you really have, does anybody really have the time to spend, like, 5 hours reading, you know, listening to a lecture about how this stuff works? You know, not really, right? Like, people don't have the time, so it's, part of it is, like, you have to, like, if you go around and you just, like, ramble about UBI for half an hour, that's, you're not respecting people's time, you know what I mean? Well, it's a tough balance, man. It's a tough balance, because it's just like, on one hand, you know, on one hand, like, you're a moron, so here's the simple version, right? They can take that attitude. But on the other hand, it's like, well, okay, I know you don't have a lot of time, so here is the elevator pitch, and if you want to learn more, let me know, right? Like that's the attitude you gotta take. But I don't think it's, like, good to, like, insult your reader's intelligence, because then they can tell, you know, they can tell when you're being condescending. So yeah. Well, you might be able to fix. Well, see, and you can see it as a good thing, right? Like, hey, because then it's like, well, because people don't know what the hell you're doing, that's why you're getting paid for it, right? right. But if they knew what you knew, then they wouldn't need you, right? They wouldn't need you anymore. You know, you wouldn't have a job. So, I don't know. You just gotta, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so then I was just kind of reading this over. I was looking it over last night, and I was just like, it's like too much. There's too much shit in here, you know. It's just, I just gotta start over. Like, there's too much. Like, you know, if you're like a housing nerd, right? If you're a housing nerd like the Yimbys are, you'd love this, right? Because it has all the industry lingo and all that stuff. Like, you know, that's how I wrote it. But nope, Andre wants to reach the masses. That's hard. That's hard because you got to talk about like, like you got to talk about economics and housing supply and what is an opportunity zone, right? This might get a little boring. It's gonna be a lot of me just like staring at the screen. Like, where do I start, right? Well, I think this is good enough. I think this is simple. This is a simple sentence, right? Like, how simple can it get? Stimulate. Hard to read sentence. Well, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Damn. Okay, let me set this up. Okay, so I can see everything. Simpler synonyms for gentrification. Like, what is it? There is no synonym for gentrification. Like, what the? There is no other word. Look, Mom, they're building houses. Yeah, massive respect. Well, good writers, right? There's a lot of terrible writers out there. Oh man. It's hard and not hard. It's like it's not hard to write, but writing for a purpose is a little tricky, you know. But this is gonna be hard. You know, I love writing academic style articles, and basically he wants me to work on you know, he wants me to write in sound bites, and that's not easy for me. Replacing poor people with wealthy people. No, it's actually it's replacing poor people with middle income people, middle class people. See? It's actually more specific than that. Actually, I should probably left this in. Yeah, so at least this gives the reader some, like, oh, what is gentrification? Well, here it is. Still replacing that poor. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not. See, the thing is, like, gentrification is, like, controversial now because of the reasons you described. But in the past, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because if you think about it, right? If you live in a low-income neighborhood, and middle class housing starts propping up, it may be a sign that the neighborhood is actually growing economically, right? So it can be actually a positive thing, but only if if the money is coming from the bottom up. If it comes from the top down, then yeah, it's harming the other class, right? And so that's why it's so controversial. So all the details matter, and like, how am I supposed to talk about that complicated shit in sound bites, right? Like, right? That's what I'm trying to do right now. Like, there's a lot of nuance to it. Here's how that goes in Holland. Hey, poor person. Oh God, what do you want? We're gonna improve your shitty neighborhood. Oh no! But I like my neighborhood. Too bad. Too bad. You can't stop capitalism. Right, okay. Wait, what? Yeah. Displacement. That's called displacement. Fuck you. The end. Hank, sometimes you sound exactly like the Bernie people in Los Angeles. Maybe you should consider moving to California and hang out with the Democratic Socialists of America. I think that's the reason why. It's kind of weird how you have like no. All the anti-gentrification people are far left. They're associated with the Bernie Bros. So it's kind of interesting. Oh, there's like an overlap. Oh no, not the sorority. Why is there so much drama in sororities? Oh right, that's what sororities do. They're So it's very, very tricky. Gentrification is an extremely right wingers. Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm not disagreeing with you, Hank, but it's just kind of like, it's more that there's a little bit of incongruity in the argument, right? Because if you're a true capitalist, you'd say that, well, if you're people should be able to do whatever they want on their private property, and so if they wanna, if landlords wanna knock down the building and build luxury apartments, then they should be able to, right? Right. Like, if you're a real capitalist, that's the argument you would be making. But that's the stuff that the far left people here protest against all the time, right? So I don't feel like it's a left or right issue, personally. But it just kind of gets lumped in together, So, no, because there's NIMBYs, right? NIMBYs are, like, we fight against NIMBYs all the time, and they're both left and right, like... when I talk to the progressive NIMBYs, they're like, hey, shouldn't you let poor people live in your neighborhood? Isn't that liberal? Isn't that what liberalism is all about? And they're like, yeah, but nah, can you do it somewhere else, And then when I talk to conservative NIMBYs, I'm like, hey, you should be, hey, free market, shouldn't private developers be able to do whatever they want? They own the land. Why are you using government to shut down the market? You know, and then they're like, well, yeah, you know, shut up. You know, that's it. They don't have an argument. They just say shut up. So Zach is no longer part of Zach and Max show. Oh, what happened? Did he? I heard he was busy with school. I didn't know they were that young, man. Wow. I remember I saw like something about, you know, I guess crazy busy with college or something. I don't know. Is there more to it? Is there drama? Or, oh man. So, I got to reword this whole thing. Okay, I think I have an idea. So at least I know what the conclusion is, which is this. And I just gotta make it simple as shit, you know? So what it's gonna be is like, hey, hey, I forgot. This is hard. I don't know. It's like, you know, regardless of what anyone says, gentrification is gonna happen anyway, right? That's just that's just how the market works. Gentrification can be good if it's bottom up. It can be bad if it's top down. That's really the that's the reality, right? Because like, you know, if a ghetto starts building like this is very specific, right? This is very specific. It's like, hey, there's more middle class housing going up in the neighborhood. That is what gentrification literally means. Now, if it's a low income neighborhood and they're building middle class housing because they have more money, that's a good thing, right? If they're building middle class housing because people from higher income brackets are being pushed in to lower income communities, which is what is happening right now, that can be bad. That is what's happening right now. That's why it's bad and everybody's pissed. You know? So, the solution is to build middle income housing in wealthy neighborhoods because they can handle it. You know, it's not that big of a deal. But all the rich people don't want to live near those poor people who are actually not poor, they're middle income. So no, the word gentrification does not, it's very specific to housing, actually, you know. This is literally what it means. So, culture, yeah, it's related to culture, but not directly. Who is this? Who is this? I don't know. I mean, I don't care. Like, I don't care what she has to say. Like, who is she? Like, hello? The solution is simple. You can upgrade the houses of poor neighborhood. However, the government should mandate the house owner is not allowed to increase the lease price for the original owner because of it. Hey, that sounds like rent control. That sounds like rent control, Hank. Are you sure you're not a socialist? It's strange that that argument would come from you. Is a solution always a use of government force? That's tricky too. Because right now we have a situation, at least in California. You're pro rent control. Wow. Okay. Wow. You're all over then. That is interesting. I am anti rent control. I am anti rent control, but pro public housing. See, I feel like the government should, the government needs to provide public housing, and I think that they can do a better job than a lot of people think, you know? It beats being on the streets, man. I'm seriously, like... Mooney, I already voted, so it's too late for me. So, I already, you know, I was a good boy this year, and I sent in my early mail-in ballots. So I already voted. Yep. The profit margin next to the price of a product. You'd mandate. Jeez. I'm pretty sure no company will go for that, but that's an interesting idea. Profit margin. This is how much I'm raking it in, consumer, you know? They could cheaply roll them in. They could do a lot of things. What we need to do is build more housing, you know? I'm pretty sure the Democrats are screwed this year. That's my honest opinion. So, you know, we ran our guy, you know, and we tried. Didn't quite work out the way we wanted, but I think every Democrat is going to lose to Trump. And so, I'm resigned to the fact at this point that Trump is probably going to win re-election. You know? So, increased housing supply. I know, right? This supply and demand is a thing, even in housing, and most people don't get it. Most people they don't get it. Like, it's just like, hey, look at all these homeless people in Los Angeles, and maybe and we have a massive housing shortage. Homelessness, massive housing shortage. You see how the two things might be interrelated? And they don't. They just don't. Or they do, but they're not honest about it, you know? So that's the kind of crazy stuff we have to deal with every day. Yeah, it's the vote blue no matter who thing, right? So, it's like, you know, if you want someone's vote, that's not how you talk to people, right? 300,000 people died from coronavirus? Are you sure? Jeez. 1,700. Yeah, you gotta be careful where you get the... when you get where you get your news from 300,000 people dying from coronavirus, I think that would probably make headline news. That's a lot of people. Okay. I don't know what to believe anymore, man. There's fake news everywhere. Showed up. Oh yeah, Mooney. That's what we're working on right now. You know, that's the part that I'm excited about because like I live in LA and I think we're going to try to make try to get organized and make like a pro UBI political, like a grassroots organization, you know? And sort of like the idea that we're like we're trying to. So I'm gonna be focused on that, you know, like, like, no disrespect, but I don't think the Democrats has a chance this year. And so I am going to focus my energy towards more local stuff, you know, try to build a, try to do some grassroots stuff, you know, and I think that'll be a better use of, at least, you know, I think that'll be more productive, at least for me. I'm just like, but it depends, right? It depends, and it doesn't even matter because I live in California. We're gonna go blue. My vote literally doesn't matter, right? Like, it doesn't matter because we're gonna go blue. You know, the if I was living in a swing state, maybe it might be more important. But I'm, you know, I already voted for Yang, Hank. I already voted for I did early mail-in voting, so I already voted for Yang, so my vote is gonna go show up. Yeah. A sample set of 1 Yang supporters. Oh yeah, there's a few here. You know, QOP is here's one. Well, Across Canada lives in Canada, so he can't vote. Yeah, the primary vote counts for us. I mean, you're gonna get a lot of different answers depending on who you talk to, because the Yang Gang is a very diverse group, you know, and I've seen everybody kind of just, you know, they're all going their different directions. You know, some of them are voting for Trump, right? Some of them are like, okay, fuck this. Fuck this, fuck the Democratic Party, I'm gonna go back to Trump now. Some people are gonna go, they're gonna stay home. Some people are going to Bernie or Warren or whoever their second choice is, you know, and it's fine, right? Like, that's how it is, right? So, some people are going to Michael Bloomberg. Cause it's just like, wow, if I say nice things about Michael Bloomberg, I can get paid a lot of money. And it does, right? Like, but he is paying people a lot of money, so it's just like, all right. So I don't know. You can survey a lot of people. I think you're gonna get a lot of different answers, and it might be interesting to check it out. But live stream, you're doing a live stream. Hey, Across Canada, so that is already in the works. You saw that video I posted today, right? So we have the next 4 years to build a political coalition among the Yang Gang, and depending on how seriously you guys want to take it, we can totally do it, man. Like, we can totally, like, we might be able to dominate local politics if we play our cards right, but we gotta do the work, you know? Oh shit. Oh shit. That video I posted today, right? Oh wait, what is this? Oh, that's mine. That's my live stream. Yeah, but it's gonna take some time, and because I live, I know Paget, she knows who I am, and we talked several times before, and I'm pretty sure she would be interested in getting more organized, and so it could be exciting, man. It could be exciting. Like, I would just like love like be like, hey, you know, where are the Yang Gang? Hey, city councilman, do you want the Yang Gang vote? If you want the Yang Gang vote, stop being so dumb. Do the math. Build more housing. Jesus Christ, look at the fuck. Right? You know what I mean, right? Like we want the politicians begging us for our votes, right? That's what we want to. That's where we want to get to. So we can do it, if we keep the passion going. So, you feel Paget ignored? Well, Paget gets literally hundreds and thousands of comments every day, You gotta keep that in mind. Besides Yang, who do you have supported in primaries? Maybe Tulsi. No, just Yang, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Maybe Marianne Williamson. Oh man, I like her. I like Marianne. I used to date someone. Marianne reminds me of her. Maybe that's the only reason, but you see, okay, you know what the problem was with Marianne's campaign? I was like, okay. So that's a nice picture of a tiger. Don't eat me, please. But okay. Oh yeah, Hank. I posted this thing that you made for me. People got a kick out of it. Oh yeah, you like Marianne too? See, me too. Look, and I'll show you proof how much I like her. It's gonna take a while to scroll down, but give me a sec. Give me a sec. Oh man, memories from the old days. Old days. This is the first time I met him. Haji Yang, such a cool guy. Posing. I was taking a picture of donuts. And then he turned to pose for me. I was just trying to get a picture of the donuts, but then he's like, hey, you want to take a picture of me and the donuts? And I was like, yeah. So, he's great. He's the same, but hey, look, I met Marianne too. That's my old landlord. That's my old, property manager, right? So I met her in person, and then I'm like, wow, that was a pretty cool speech, Marianne. So I talked to one of the volunteers there, and they're like, hey, do you guys have a meetings? Do you guys like need help organizing? I was seriously like thinking about like helping her out, and then they never got back to me. so that that was a little bit of they're probably a little bit disorganized. Yeah. Oh well. Here I was ready to help, and then they just didn't get back to me. So oh well. How relevant do you think identity as an Asian? It's so Mooney. That's a tricky question, but I'm happy to answer it because I think it's kind of important. Like, so for the most part, right? For the most part, Asians. I'm talking kind of specifically about like Japanese, Chinese, and I would say most Koreans. But is Trump that bad? Trump's not as bad as people think, but he's also not as good as people think too. You know what I mean? he's like, he's really a below average candidate, you know. But anyway, so the Asian American thing is that, okay, most Asian Americans are politically apathetic, and I can confirm this from a lot of my relatives, right? Like, I'm Japanese American. I'm fourth generation, so I'm pretty much Americanized, but you know, I have relatives that went through the internment camps and stuff, and you know, they're probably not too happy about that, but they don't talk about it much. You know, they never talk about it. You know, I don't. Maybe part of it is just like, well, maybe they don't want to pass that burden on to their kids or whatever. But either way, they don't talk about it, and they are extremely cynical of the political process for good reason, right? But so instead, what they do is, and that feeds into the stereotype of Asians being overachievers, right? But instead of like getting involved with the political process, like the Latinos and the African Americans have done, is that they chose to focus on getting good education, getting good jobs, right? That's why we have the stereotype that all Asians are doctors, you know, whatever. But there's some truth to that, because that is how they, you know, that is how they chose to deal with their problems, which is very different from Latinos and African Americans. So we had this weird disconnect, and you know, the Democratic Party has catered to Latinos and African Americans because they know that they vote, right? Most Asians are kind of, they don't vote that much. So it's kind of like, yeah, so it's kind of like so seeing Yang, right? Seeing Yang running for president, the hardest people I've had to talk to in a lot of ways were Asians, you know? So, I don't know. Alright, so I hope that answers your question. Yeah, so now we're, you know, during this campaign, we saw a lot of that, like like yeah, like Asians isn't even listed in their like there's no category for Asians in the Democratic Party because it's just like, well, you know, those people, they don't do politics, so we're just not going to bother, you know. Oh yeah. I mean, it depends on where you live. You know, I grew up in Hawaii, so there's a lot of there's a lot more mixing going on between different races in Hawaii, but so that's what it is. What it is, you know, and oh yeah, insider clique, yeah. You think the idea of America First nationalism in the GOP possesses a long-term threat to the DNC? I don't know. That's just their political platform right now, right? So I don't know about a threat, but the two parties will always be, you know, banging heads, right? The Democrats are in a way the party of globalization, right? So Democrats tend to be more globalist, whereas the Republicans tend to be more nationalists, right? You know, driven by the parents. Yeah, it depends on the person, but I don't know. Hard to generalize, right? Some Asian communities are very tight knit, some aren't. Like, I feel like Japanese and Chinese communities, they branch out a little more. Not much, but a little bit. Whereas, like, Koreans and, like, Southeast Asian communities, they tend to be more tighter, you know? So, TV is old crap in 2024. Jesus. Hey, don't make fun of the TV. That is how Mike Bloomberg is going to become president across Canada. Mike Bloomberg controls the TV. And now no one watches TV ads in 2020. That is not true. Do the math. It's not that. Okay, let's do the math, okay? TV versus internet. Viewership. Okay, so here's the thing. Internet is winning. Right? So they're still winning. But we're not quite there yet, you know, we haven't made it switch over. So if you spend too much time on the internet, you are basically losing out on 80% of the population, you know? And so across, you gotta, man. Guttyless has his own agenda, and I don't think he's right about it, everything, you know? And I unsubscribed from him because he was getting a little bit too toxic, you know? I mean, being straight up. Like, nobody cares what he has to say, honestly. Like, like, you know, like, who does he think he is, you know? Seriously. And, you know, he has some points. He makes some really great points, but he has to learn how to express it in a way that's just, like, not bitter, you know? It makes a difference. Hey, Jojo! Nice to see you again. Okay, sorry, I missed a bunch of comments, but white people are the ultimate tight-knit community. Wow. I missed that one. Yeah, oh, wow, okay. Hey, you said it, not me. You're right. The white people do stick together. That's true. Huh. I don't know. Like, yeah, man. Like, that he is Guttyless is like the I don't know. I don't want to talk too bad about him, but it's just kind of like he is the. He's like a good example of someone who's really smart, but not smart enough to know that. Not smart enough to know that he has to work on his messaging, you know? Like, it matters how you talk about these things, and if you come across as being angry and bitter that nobody listened to you, that's not how you do it. You know? Like, he's gonna get pissed for a while. He's gonna get pissed for a while, he's gonna be angry, and then eventually his channel is gonna evaporate because people are gonna get tired of it. And after people forget about this, you know, the primaries is still going on and still fresh in people's minds, but if he's still making videos about how the campaign should have listened to him, people are gonna lose interest in that very quickly after they move on to the next thing. So his channel is fucked. You know? Like, and there you go. There's your marketing expert right there, you know? He should either be... So what he's doing right now is the worst possible thing, is that instead of moving forward, he's looking backward, right? He's just like bringing up old wounds over and over for probably not a very good reason. So he's wasting everyone's time, you know? Like, seriously, he's wasting people's time. So, see? You gotta do stuff like what JoJo is doing. The JoJo over here, he went to Iowa. He canvassed in Iowa. He canvassed... You did some work in New Hampshire, right? But we're moving forward, you know? We're moving forward. Let's instead of like attacking each other over what went wrong, let's just think about what should we do next. Right? So things like that. Yeah, hear out that UBI dude, right? Like, why not, right? That's more productive. Like, what is, like, what are we accomplishing by arguing with each other about what went wrong? Like, right? It's too late, it's over. Like, get over it. It's like, seriously. And you know, like, Marianne gets that. You know, should just be like, you know, should say it in a nicer way, but like, we need to heal or something. Yeah, so JoJo, I know JoJo's a Marianne fan as well. That's probably why we get along, but, but I was saying, you know, I was saying that I think the reason why Marianne didn't win was because I went to her event and I asked one of the volunteers there, hey, you know, I might be interested in helping you guys out. And then I gave him my contact info, and they never got back to me. So I was like, okay, that's when I got a little skeptical of whether she could win or not. I was like, okay, it's a little spacey, right? When like, okay, I really like her, okay, but she can be a little bit spacey sometimes, and yeah, it wasn't meant to be. But even the spaciness reminded me of my ex. So, you know, my ex was a little spacey too. I was like, oh, that's so cute, you know? But, I don't know. I don't think that cuteness really helped her in her race, you know? That's a polite way to put it. Yeah, see, I try to be polite, yeah. Anyway, look, internet is, so the internet, okay, here's the internet. Yeah, I wish I could. TV viewership ratings, something, images, graphs. There we go. What year is this? 2018. Okay. So, let's do the math. Okay. Look at this shit. Old people watch TV. Old people still watch TV. Even the 45s, they kind of do. They're uneven, right? 35, and then it starts to drop off if you're under 44. But TV is still huge. It's still a major distribution network. And if we focused purely on digital, we would have lost anyway, right? Like, so Gutless is wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Vote people, and these are the folks that vote. Old people vote like crazy, you know, because like they don't have anything better to do. Okay, I'm sorry, old people, but they're not on Twitch, so it doesn't matter, you know. So these people vote a lot, and we really, really, really needed to get their vote if we wanted to win, but we didn't do it. So, I mean, I'm seriously like, Gutless does not know what he's talking about, you know. Like, if I don't know, I stopped, like I said, I unsubscribed from him from a while ago, but if we went purely digital, we would have lost probably. We probably would have done worse because the numbers are just right here, and I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it seems pretty clear that old people still watch TV and old people vote. So put the 2 and 2 together, we need the old people votes, right? Oh yeah, and old people hate Bernie. You know, that's why he doesn't have a chance. Like oh man, and if you're living on the internet, it's gonna feel like Bernie is winning, right? It's gonna feel like it, but keep in mind, this is you guys. This is the, you know, Bernie's appeal is really, really limited to this crowd right here, and that's why everybody's saying that Mike Bloomberg is gonna crush it. You know, so target the young people and need to get ads on the internet. Yeah, well, it's hard. It's really hard. Let me explain what YIMBY is in a second, but yeah, so you know, when the Yang movement started, it started among this crowd right here, right? And so what we're trying to do, and I could tell that Yang was trying really hard, you know. Our movement started with these people. Eventually, we started breaching in to some of the older groups, right? And that was where that's why he spent so much money on those traditional ads in Iowa, right? To try to reach these people, but we didn't quite get there, and I think part of the problem was that the campaign didn't really make it clear that this is what we're trying to do, and so everybody sort of just kind of did their own thing, and a lot of disagreements came from that leap, right? So yeah, our kids are not alright. Yeah, exactly. See, that was the turning point, right? That was the turning point of the campaign where we really should have pivoted. Like I've been saying for months that we need to appeal to the old people and the moderates, you know. But all the kids here, they're like, no, we gotta be more progressive, you know. I'm like, no, we gotta be more centrist. If you want to win, right? Do you want to win? If you want to win, you have to go moderate, right? And I haven't seen any exceptions to that rule. Yeah, it's hard though, right? Because it's hard because there's so much animosity between the boomers and the millennials right now. Like, they don't even like talking to each other, right? Most of the time. Yeah, moderates will always win. Like, I haven't seen any exception to that rules in a presidential campaign anyway. And everybody thinks they're special. Everybody thinks they're like the next newest, hottest shit. And, you know, this time it's different. And I got caught up in that a little bit too, you know, to be honest. Like, I was like, wow, Andrew Yang is so different. But no, no, we're not special, you know. But Yang was smart enough to know that. That's why you could see right towards the end of the campaign, he was really trying to push towards the center, especially with the healthcare stuff, right? With the healthcare stuff, remember the healthcare plan? All the internet people were really, bummed out about that. But I've talked to older people, and I talked about older people about his healthcare plan, and they love it because it's like, wow, that's very practical and doesn't involve overhauling my healthcare plan, which I need to survive, like literally, right? Like they're scared that Bernie is just gonna like wipe out, like he's gonna like he's gonna like burn down the current healthcare system and start over, and they're like, hey, what the hell? I need that to live, Bernie. Right. And so they're scared, like they're afraid. They're actually legitimately afraid of that. And so when you show Yang's plan to them, they're like, okay, that's not bad. Yeah, incremental improvements. That is what I want to see. So I honestly think that we could have pushed for that middle road stuff a lot harder, but the thing is, like, yeah, okay. So the campaign, I think if the campaign's like to blame for anything, is that not being clear, right? It was unclear. Like Yang really should have signaled to us what the direction he wanted to go in, but because he didn't make that clear, we're just kind of going all over the place, and we kind of lost. I think that's when we started to lose momentum. I feel like in the early days we're more unified. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, everybody loves the H3 podcast. Yeah. I don't think Bernie has a chance, even in the primary, to be honest. But we'll see. It's gonna be either Biden or Bloomberg. Oh man, I don't know. But there's a high likelihood it's gonna go to a broker convention, and that's gonna be a shit show, man. I'll be happy if Bernie wins. Yeah, there's all these like 4D chess things going on, right? Like I heard, like you might have seen this one, but I was talking to a Bernie supporter who was planning on voting for Trump during the general election. I was like, what? Right? Like what? Like how does that work? And then he was just like, I don't know. It was just like kind of crazy, but he told me, he thinks that the Democratic Party needs to be like humiliated. So he's using Bernie to embarrass the DNC, and then after that's done, he's gonna go straight back to Trump, and then they'll get humiliated again. And I don't know, it's like it's kind of fucked up, but it makes sense in its own way, right? Like if that happened, if they lost, right? If the establishment Democrats lost twice in a row in the same year, like that, it'll leave them in shambles, right? So, but it's all dark, and it's just so negative, so nihilistic. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm getting sad just talking about it. And then so whatever. I'm out. I'll focus on Yang Gang stuff and talk about housing. Okay, so that was like a 1 hour tangent. Well, good thing I have all day to work on this, so. Yep, $3 on a Trump re-election. You should bump that up to $3 million. You think Yang could make Times 2020 most influential person of the year? Well, if he talks to the right people. That's all these things work, you know? Do you think they have a panel up there and they're like, let's try to decide who is the most influential person this year in an objective, non-political way? That usually doesn't happen. Oh man, I lost a lot of money betting on Yang in more ways than one. That's okay. I feel like it was worth it. Will you buy pennies that Trump will win? No, I'm not gonna bet anymore. I learned my lesson, okay? I lost a lot of money. I thought Yang had a shot at winning New Hampshire. But nope, I got the exact opposite. So it's okay. Whatever. I know what it. God damn it! Every time I think about that bet, I think about JoJo and how lazy he was, not canvassing enough. How much did I bet? I'll be transparent. I lost $1,000. I lost $1,000. You know, I took a huge bet. I lost 1,000. Yeah. See, it was just like, okay. It was basically, I knew it was a risky bet. Okay, I wasn't like, I'm not like unhappy. Like I wasn't. Yeah, wait, you guys weren't here? I was here quite a bit, you know. Oh yeah, I know. I got awesome odds, right? So no, go big or go home, man. And so if I won, right? I bought the bet at like 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, right? So if I won, I would have made a shitload of money, and I probably wouldn't have to be looking for work right now, you know. But I didn't win, so well, now I gotta look for work. You know, that's pretty much it. Yeah, the cost of living in LA is so high that 1,000 really isn't that much. I know it sounds like Richie Rich, but 1,000 is literally half my rent. You know, so that's how I thought about it, and so I don't remember. If I won, I would have made about 25 grand, maybe. I don't know. It's a lot of money, right? Like, so I was, you know, I was doing the long shot, the moonshot bet. Like, I really don't. I figured if I was gonna bet, I might as well go big. Otherwise, I don't want to be like spend hours just being like, oh man, can I make 10%? Right? Like, it's like it's not worth the time. So anyway, let's not talk about my failures, you know. Go big or go home. Yeah, that's how I felt about Andrew Yang too, right? Like, if we won this year, that would have been crazy, right? But I was always like, just like with my bet, you know, I was always open to the idea that he might not win, right? So that's why I'm not freaking out, right? You know, it's a bummer, but so yeah. Same with investments and stocks. You know, if you're gonna bet on something, make sure it's money that you know, you are okay losing, right? Overseas people still go to Nevada to help. I know, that's fucking nuts. I was talking to another Yang Gang yesterday, and he was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And like, he's like, "Yeah, I'm in Nevada canvassing this weekend." Oh, right, like they literally don't care that he suspended his campaign. They're still canvassing for him, right? And so you got to see it, man. It's it really, like, you know, don't you guys feel like it was worth it? You know? Don't you guys feel good that we were able to be part of something that people care so much about, you know? Okay, I'm a little mad that I lost some money, but but overall, you know, I don't know. It's not even about the money, because like, I mean, that was all me, right? Like, I took that bet, and it was me, and then I fucked it up, and oh well. That happens all the time. Okay, so I got one sentence. These are just notes, so they don't count. I know, right? And then I'm like imagining the scenario where like Yang places, like, you know, even like third or fourth, right? And everyone's like, I thought this guy dropped out. Yeah. What if he gets delegates, right? Like, what if he gets delegates in the Nevada, right? And I don't know. And then what will happen next, right? Is he gonna unsuspend his campaign, like some people? Are you allowed to sponsor someone in the U.S. and they use it to? Yeah, you can do whatever you want across. The only issue is, so if you're giving money to Super PAC like Humanity Forward or Math PAC, they will guide you through the rules about that sort of thing. But if you're just like giving it to some random Yang supporter, you're free to do that. Nobody can stop you, not even the government. I know, right? the greatest comeback in the history of American politics, and oh man, a part of me wants that to happen, but the other side of my brain is telling me, Ryan, come on now, Ryan. Come on, it's time to give up. Look, man. Anyway, we'll see. I don't know. You will give anyone who has donated to Yang. Why not? Oh, you mean like a proxy? It's like, hey, if you give this to Yang, I'll give you money. I see. It's a money laundering scheme. Yeah. That might be a little illegal across. I would check the laws on that. Or it might not be. I don't know. And who knows, man? What if they're like, ooh, thanks for the $2,700 across. Yeah, I'll give it to Yang. Sure, buddy. Let me type out this receipt in Microsoft Word right now, you know. Action blue. I gave Yang $2,700. Official seal of DNC, or and then all I have to do is print this out in a PDF, and you'll be like, okay, good, great. Oh yeah, no, we love our guy, man. We love our guy. Oh man, oh god. Oh, that was a fun conversation, but I got nothing done. You guys are the worst. Okay. Back to the topic at hand. Gentrification. Although gentrification has a poor has gotten a bad rap in the media lately. I'd like to make the that might be pushing it too far, though. I don't know. I know what. A better way to say it is, although gentrification has become a controversial issue in many neighborhoods lately. Will this video help you write your article? Probably not, but I'll click on it anyway.
I feel that Inglewood is changing from the businesses that are...
Oh, actually, this may be useful. Shit. Okay. So this is useful for research, which I will save for later. Right now, I'm just trying to crank this thing out. I already know what I want to write. I just have to do it now. But it's taking forever because I'm trying to like express, complex ideas in a simple way, which is like, he was just like, that's easy. Just use Grammarly. I'm like, oh man, it's not that easy, man. So let's see. But I think I can do it. It's gonna take a while, And so the shorter it is, the better. I'm gonna need more caffeine, like it's. Has become a controversy. zones have become another way alternative to offer a path for low-income neighborhoods to a path to low-income neighborhoods to see their communities improve. What is this? What is your problem? Inconsistent. Okay. He just doesn't like the quotes that I use. Like, why so picky, man? I will watch that video when I need a break. Right now, I'm just trying to crank this up. Because I have 4 more to do after this one. I don't know if I'm going to finish it by tonight, but I'm going to try. I don't know, I don't know about this. Give tax deferments. Oops. Yeah, whatever. Tax deferments to developers. What? Yeah, it's gonna get some time to get used to this. As a way to incentivize how about I put tax benefits, benefits. See, like, you just gotta go through this, like, one word at a time. I'm like, that's too complicated. Let's simplify it, you know? There's a lot of work. It gives to encourage them to build more high quality housing in neighborhood struggling communities and there are a lot of There are a lot of... Oh wait, there are also... Man, I thought I was just gonna rewrite this, but it's a new... An entirely new article now. For there are a lot of investment opportunities, even for people who don't have a lot of money. Alright, being created right now. Help them become... I prefer is being on the... let me hide. I'll use the chat to hide this. I don't want to see the score. Residents help residents. Ryan, are you gonna do a meetup one day? What kind of meetup? Not sure what exactly you're talking about. A fan meetup? I don't think anybody wants to meet me. I don't have enough. Well, just come to the LA Yang Gang events. I'll be there. You know. I met QOP. I met QOP and her brother a while ago. Maybe, sure, maybe. Yeah, it's not like I have thousands of adoring fans waiting to meet me. And it's not like is that, and it's not as if I give a shit either, right? So those two things don't quite align, right? Like, it's like I don't want to, like, do you think I want to meet you guys in real life? I mean, maybe, I don't know, like, what's in it for me, right? Like, nah, I'm kidding, you guys are great, okay, but but you know, I don't have this I don't know. I feel like a lot of people on Twitch, like, they have aspirations of becoming famous, and they want to be this big whiny dude like Hassan. Okay, I'm sorry. No, yeah, I didn't say that. And get rewarded for it, you know. But I'm just I just don't care, you know. Like, you know, if I'm gonna make money, I have ways of doing that. You know, fame is overrated because it attracts all kinds of shitheads that you probably don't even want to get to know anyway. Yang is suspended his campaign, but he didn't technically drop out, so, you know. Hey, man, Return of the Jedi or whatever, you know. Hey, but I'm not okay. If you want to meet me in person, okay, seriously, if you want to meet me in person, just go to the Los Angeles Yang Gang event, okay, and just message me, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna be at that one. Let's hang out. You know, it's easy. I don't have to. I don't have to, cause like organizing like a meetup is like, there's a lot of work, man. You know, it doesn't just pop up by itself. It's a lot of work. You gotta set a time. You gotta find a place. You know, just in case one of you guys is psycho, and you know, I'm not gonna do it at my house. No way. You know, I don't trust you guys. So yeah, so if you're ever in the LA area, just let me know. Hit me up. I'll be happy to have, you know, coffee or tea or lunch or whatever, you know. Ugh, okay. Oh god. Okay, see, I got 3 sentences. This is fun. This is hard, man. Why is it so hard? Mark Monkey? Oh yeah, he's a nice guy, man. Yeah, I like him too. And yeah, if you didn't know, you know, actually I'm gonna, Mark is going through some rough times with his wife, I think. I don't know the details, but yeah. And it's good. It's good to talk to someone who supports Bernie and is not a complete crazy ass guy, right? Like, so he renewed my faith in the Bernie Bros a little bit, you know. Gotta remember sometimes. There you go. There he is. So, you know, his wife is sick, man. If you can afford it, help him out, you know. So you'll see me around. I'm gonna do. I think there's a round table tonight. Shit. Ugh. So okay, should I go to a political roundtable tonight on Twitch, or should I be responsible and go to like a networking event? You know. Oh man, I don't know. I could go to both. Hmm. 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 Oh man. I don't know. I'll think about it. I got time. To help become owner that help to help them become owners their own community. What? Too hard. There's a lot of opportunities right now. Even for people who don't have a lot of money, to help them become owners of their own community. See, like, yeah, this is better than it was before, but it took a lot of work. It takes forever. You made that look easy. It wasn't easy, man. Stop being patronizing. Grammarly. Yeah, let's get rid of all this. I don't need that. You heard Chinese at the background? What? Really? Huh. Oh yeah, the Shanghai Restoration Project. I don't know. This is radio. Okay, I don't have any control over the radio.
For our story of suspense tonight, we invite you to enjoy The Devil in the Summer House by John Dixon Carr.
There we go. Oh man, Grammarly thinks my article is perfect. Yeah, whispering. Who is this? What a wonderful thing to do. Ain't that nice? These projects are sometimes called buy back the block. And then that is buy back the block. Where's the link? Okay, there's a link. No. There we go. Because that is exactly what it allows you to do. Become an owner of your own. Hey, Bill. How do you do? I do okay. Oh yeah, so, you know, on top of that, on top of simplifying, see, I'm applying these things. I'm applying, you know, this idea to everything I do now, you know? In the way I talk, in the way I talk on stream, the way I post on social media, the way, you know, when, you know, if I'm, you know, trying to get someone's number, you know, it has to be all simple, just like simplify everything. I'm gonna talk in short, direct sentences. And try to slow it down too. Just be really, really clear. Not owner, but investor, become an equity. Equity is hard to. Became a legit, certified certified there we go. Shit. What's my favorite food? I like burgers. But I eat anything, pretty much. I can't believe it's criticizing, Grammarly is criticizing the use of my quotes. It's like I like these quotes. Okay. No. Bye. No. Ignore. Thank you for the follow. Guilty to Nick. Hope you don't go to jail for whatever you did. Unless it was really bad, then maybe you should go to jail. But it's none of my business, you know? And then I gotta end it. How do I end it? Let's use this. Good. Finish. Do you miss Creepy Biden? Creepy Biden is still around, Bill. He's still in the race. Creepy Biden is still in the race, man. So, I think we need to take a look at what it really means. This is like completely not necessary. There we go. This is like the shortest I could possibly make it. Who do you like more, Creepy Biden or creepy? Is Mike Bloomberg is creepy in a different way? What do you want me to do? Why is it slightly off? Wow. Grammarly is hurting my feelings. Grammarly is telling me I need to become more confident. So stop using that. But I'm ghostwriting, you know? This is not my words. This is like someone else's words, so I know we need to take a... See, that sounds arrogant as shit, man. Like, think is fine. Stop being such a... Question is, who is not creepy in the running? Yeah, man, I don't know. God, it was Yang for me, right? For me, it was Yang, but I don't know. Everybody's kind of creepy in their own way. Biden or Bloomberg? God, that's a hard one. Oh yeah, I'm writing about gentrification, man. Did you read Pizza? Uh-oh, you're shilling for your dude, okay. Wait, he has a new housing plan? Really? Do you have a link to it? I'll take a look. If it has to do with housing, I'll take a look. Came out 2 days. Wow, really? Wow. Unexpected. I'm still waiting for Yang's housing plan, but I don't know if it's gonna come out anymore. That was disappointing for me. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna evaluate the shit out of his plan. Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, let me finish this. Let me finish this first. Okay, so Grammarly wants me to change poor to rich to poor to creamy or vibrant. Okay, let's listen to Grammarly. Okay. More luxurious. Okay, so let's read it again. There's so much more potential in going from poor to creamy rather than rich to more luxurious. After all, this is dumb. Oh god. Just leave me alone, Grammarly. Okay, well, this is not bad. This is not bad. How many words is this? How do I do a seat 97? See, I I'm being Asian, and I'm being you know, being Asian and being like, yeah, okay, this is an A plus. Okay, like, I don't know what any of this means. This probably doesn't mean nothing, but now what? So I thought there was a way to editor settings? No. Yeah, there's no such thing as an A plus in Asian land. It's only Asians get A's, blacks get B's. Why? I don't know. It's the alphabet. Caucasians get C's. Who's D's? Okay, someone said, wait. You guys have you used this before? Like, how do you check the grade level? Grade level? Grammarly. Under the read ability, say, okay, highest number, 60. If the score is 60, your document would be easy to read for... Oh, okay, that's what I meant. Okay, so... Okay, he wanted... I don't know, like... Okay, so, like, Andre wanted this to be, like, 6th grade level. Like, 6th grade level English is a little... 52 is pretty good, you gotta say, right? Like, that's probably 7th grade. Degenerates gets... Boys gets B. Yeah, yeah, we should just assign grades based on their, alphabet. Okay, well, let's check out Pete's housing plan. I need a break anyways. You know. At least I did something. I want to make sure we're hearing directly. I'm trying to do my Pete voice, but I don't know. Want to make sure I can't do it. Please take a minute to fill out our survey. Okay. Okay. Yeah, whatever, Pete. I don't care. And okay, homelessness. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Unlock access to safe and healthy affordable housing for... How do you unlock that? Okay, supporting the construction. Okay, you at least understand that we have a housing shortage, right? Okay, wait. Before I read through it, I'm gonna try to predict what it's gonna say, okay? Based on what I know about Pete, is that what I know about Pete and the Democrats and all the other folks, he's gonna talk about like, you know, I cheated a little bit, but you know, he knows that we do have a housing shortage, right? Like Warren, and you know, the problem is so bad. You got to be a complete moron to like not acknowledge that we have a shortage, right? So I thank God nobody is doing that in the race right now. Yeah, at least they acknowledge that the housing crisis is real. Like, you know, So the sad thing is that a couple of years ago, that was not the case. People were in complete fucking denial of the fact that we don't have enough housing. So at least we made some progress. So I think what he's gonna do, he's gonna acknowledge the problem of housing shortage, and then he's gonna give some vague plan of how the feds is gonna help with that. But he's not gonna talk about the NIMBYs because he doesn't want to piss off his donors. You know, all of his donors are probably NIMBYs. So that's my prediction. So let's see. So, okay, he's gonna unlock. That's the key word, unlock. What does that mean? Like, how are you gonna unlock it? Is it like, is all the apartments like locked in a big warehouse somewhere? Yeah, okay. Support the construction. What do you mean by support? Okay, where? Construct over 500,000 affordable housing units where? Create good jobs, lower development costs where? Okay. Sure. Progressive restrictions of federal funding. Wait, okay. Implement progressive restrictions of federal funding in municipalities with the highest rent burdens and most restrictive zoning requirements. Okay, this is like getting there. Okay, like seriously, like it's like what we have to do. Okay, in plain English, we have to force wealthy neighborhoods to build apartments. That is what we have to do. And we have to use the federal government to force them to do it. That is going to solve the problem. Alright? And so he kind of gets there. This is a little bit. This is getting there. Right? So, okay, maybe, okay, like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not bad, right? He's getting there, right? Like, so what he really means here is, like, what he's gonna do is, Pete is probably going to do some kind of really, like, complicated thing where it's like, okay, if you want, hey, Santa Monica, do you want your, do you want your federal dollars? Well, if to do that, if you want your, your federal cash, oh god, this is so, like, because he just doesn't want to say, hey, rich people, stop being selfish. So he's kind of couching it in this extremely opaque, like, technical language, So, I like Yag's plan because it's just like, yeah, we got to do something about those NIMBYs, Yeah. So in plain English, this basically there is no. So basically, what they're gonna do is they're gonna withhold federal funding from city governments that are not meeting their housing goals, is my guess. But again, this language is it's made vague. It's vague on purpose because he doesn't want to piss off his donors. You know, that's what it comes out to. So he's kind of he's just kind of hoping that they're gonna read over this and then not pay attention. I think that's his strategy. Preserve existing affordable housing, which this could become a problem depending on how you do it, because there's a lot of there's a lot of buildings right now that are kind of like old and falling apart, and they haven't been updated in 50 years because someone who has a rent control unit has been living there for that long, and they don't want anything to change, so they're just there forever. And so it's complicated, okay, but it's not bad, okay. Well, you missed my huge rant. Love frosting, oh man. Okay, so I'll go over it again, So yeah, this is all great, but where? This is great, but where? This is great, but where are you gonna do this? This is great, but where? It's all the same thing. This is a problem with every candidate's housing plan, by the way. So the solution to the housing crisis is build apartments in rich neighborhoods against their will. But he's not gonna say that. So that's why he has this really technical and complicated and very, very bureaucratic sentence here to address, to address that. So I prefer Yang's plan where he just says, we gotta do something about the NIMBYs and the zoning policy, right? But at least, he's getting there with this, so, it's okay. It's okay. Not the worst thing in the world, so, okay, so let's keep on going. Do you like any Democrats' housing plan? No. Like, the best one is probably Elizabeth Warren's. And a lot of Yimbys are Warren fans. So I get it. Okay, let's do Warren's one next, since we're at it. It'll be fun. So, but this is brand spanking new, this just came out 2 days ago. Okay, affordable housing, affordable home ownership. While ensuring that home ownership is not the only means to housing stability and building wealth. Hey, this part is fairly radical. Because for the last 3,000 years, America has been all about put all your money in a house, right? I think it's time that we start questioning that mantra, especially since the housing market is such a mess right now. So if you think about it, right, like we are encouraging everybody in America to put 99% of their wealth into this one asset called a house, right? In a lot of ways, that's a little crazy, It was fine back when we had plentiful land, but, see, like, people were having too much sex, all these babies, making too many babies, and then now we just have all these people, and they're like, oh, we're gonna put all these people. I don't know. Pete lost an opportunity here. He should have talked about redlining. We still have a ton of land and migration to cities. Yeah, no, David, you're exactly correct. But that's too many words, so I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm trying to keep things simple, you know. Trying to keep things simple. Because I heard if you the more simple, the more views you get. So, so you guys know what redlining is? Redlining. Okay. How about we just do a Democratic Party housing plan comparison? Oh shit! Oh shit! I have a call at 3. Okay, I gotta do it fast. Okay, let's look at Bernie's. Okay, let's look at Bernie's housing plan. Look at Warren's housing plan. Yeah. She put this out a while ago, a long time. She put this out last year March, you know. So Warren is actually a little bit ahead of the game in housing. Breadlining. No, it's redlining. So and then of course, you know, there's Yang. Yeah, let's just go through Yang ones. Oh man, this image makes me sad. But yeah, Yang's one is very simple. NIMBY, stop. You know, stop doing it. Stop the NIMBYs. You know, I liked it the best because it just gets straight to the point. Yeah, see, there are NIMBYs in local government fucking everything up. You know, stop it. That's my thing. Stop it. Okay. Everyone else is just so fucking long. Look at all these words. Words, and you know, it's a metaphor for the expanding bureaucracy. But you know, whatever. You know, it's fine. It's a Democratic primary. Fine. All right. So just real quick, redlining. I gotta make this quick, actually. Redlining is the systematic denial of services to residents, often racially associated. So basically, in housing, this means that, like, people of color were denied home loans and, like, access to certain housing services because they were black or, you know, they were a minority. And this was, you know, the government was complicit in this until pretty recently, you know, 1960s, 1970s. And then, you know, it's only a recent thing where they started to actually do something about it. And I'm sure it still goes on today. But so man, see, like, he had a chance to, like, talk about this and maybe you know, earn a few points with the crowd, you know, the African American crowd, which he's not doing so well in, you know. And as much as I don't like Bernie's like you know, like, I have a huge problems with a lot of his policies, he does talk about this redlining. So this is something I give Bernie credit for. Let's see, does Warren talk about it? She does. She's way ahead of it, you know. This is why people like Warren. Warren's on top of things. Whether she's gonna actually do it or not is, you know, that's a different question, but okay, well, but you know, so it's kind of useful to kind of just point that out, right? Like, there's a different people's. Okay, let's go next. But at least At least Pete knows that we have to build more housing. Oh my god, like, yeah. At least he knows that. Okay. Prioritize American people over corporate profit. Sure, everybody says that, but like, what are you gonna do? Prevent the concentration of housing ownership. Wall Street hedge funds and private equity funds. Okay, how? How are you gonna do this, Pete? Okay, maybe you'll figure it out later. Criminally liable for robo-signing and other high-end... What is robo-signing? What's Trump's plan on housing? I don't know. He doesn't have a plan because he's in office. Deregulate the market, I think. Overall, I think that's his approach. Which, not necessarily, you know, it could actually not necessarily be a bad thing. Like, because part of the reason why housing is so expensive is because of all the red tape. You know, so if he deregulates some of it, it might not be such a bad idea. But the problem with Trump is that nobody trusts him. So, like Trump tried to come in and you know, do the federal government thing, but it's just like he couldn't get any support for it. So now basically it's nothing's going to happen. You know. So, I don't know what robo-signing is, but I don't know. Okay, these are the finance thing. Support Americans who face foreclosure and returning to home ownership. Affordable mortgages. Oh man, this sounds nice, but I'm trying to imagine how it's going to get implemented. It sounds like a nightmare. Like, how are you gonna know who got fucked over during the housing crisis, right? Everybody and their moms are gonna be like, I got fucked over during the housing crisis, give me money too, right? And so, okay, homelessness. I gotta get through this a little quicker. Yeah, I have 12 minutes. Some children are, yeah, this sucks. End family homelessness through rapid rehousing, permanent. Okay, that's great. I have to make this really clear, okay? It's not a money problem. We have enough money to do things like this. Adding more money is not going to solve anything. So, it's a political problem. So, you know, when someone puts, like, I'm going to give more money to the problem, just keep in mind it's not going to do nothing by itself, right? It has to be coupled with something. Okay, and youth homelessness. Yeah, what does this mean? I don't know, it's very vague. Oh, wait. Hold on. Is he talking about redlining? Okay, he does talk about redlining. Okay, see? Oh, no, see? Plus points to Pete there. You know, I just got, you know, I got ahead of myself. So... so yeah, all this, unfortunately, it's just like, well, let's throw more money at the problem, and... unfortunately, that's not gonna do much. Hate to say it. Okay, Section 8, housing vouchers. Reduce barriers. Yay, Pete, warm your heart. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but... You know, I don't have a problem acknowledging other people's strengths, you know, like... So... It's not that big a deal for me. Prevent evictions, okay. Tenant protections, harmful property, transportatory. Okay, so he's kind of taking the kind of the typical Democrat anti-landlord stance, right? So this I yeah, it's hard because there are some landlords who are just like assholes, but I do not like the demonization of landlords and developers, and I think it's unproductive. But okay, well, overall, I would say that Pete's plan is pretty on par with a lot of the other candidates, so it's not bad. But a lot of the problems with a lot of problems with the candidates right now in the Democratic race is just like, okay, sure, okay, so yeah, you understand the problem pretty well, but what are you gonna do about it? What is my Democrat ranking, Ryan? Good God. I actually made a I made a PowerPoint for this, okay? Let me pull up my PowerPoint. I thought if I made PowerPoints for the Yang campaign, they would notice me. Please notice my PowerPoints, Andrew Yang. This is old. But this is what I have. Alright. Here it is. There's everyone. I didn't include Michael Bloomberg because he wasn't running back then. Michael Bloomberg. Let me explain Michael Bloomberg. But Michael Bloomberg. This is a little bit out of date, but Michael Bloomberg is actually fairly, like I said, Bloomberg Media has written nice things about the YIMBY movement, so I have a soft spot for him. I don't want him to be president, but so I got a PowerPoint, man. I'm serious. Over here, I wrote something that's not very humanity first about Tom Steyer, but, why is he running? This is like when he first jumped in, So I see the reason why I supported Yang is because I felt like Yang was the guy who was gonna fight for it the most, He's, his zoning thing is just like NIMBYs are the problem. Let's take care of it, everyone else here, so this was before he released his housing plan. So, I mean, I gotta do this. I gotta cover this later. I got a phone call in 5 minutes, but, I'll be back. Yeah, you have to, like, if you really want to know, I can go into great detail about, like, what I like and dislike about these housing. They're really long, right? They're really, really long. So here's the 1 minute version, okay? Okay, yeah, we need more housing. Good. Yeah, I support public housing. Why? Because there is no market for low-income housing, right? You can't turn a profit if you're only charging $100 in rent. So we need public housing stock. Good. I I do not believe in rent control. Rent control makes things worse. And gentrification is, I don't think Bernie has a good understanding of what gentrification really means. So, I'm talking with this guy again. He has some paid work for me, so I need the job. I need the money. Okay, so I need to take this call. He might have some paid work for me, so I gotta talk to him. You know, nothing. But I'll be back. You know, hopefully the call won't last that long. But okay, so Bernie, in a nutshell. In a nutshell, he supports public housing and tries to fight discrimination in the housing market, right? So those things I support. I do not support his positions on rent control and creating these like massive federal programs to try to fix the housing crisis, because I feel like that's not the solution. You know, I think he's going to make things worse in the bigger picture. But you know, I could support him on things here and there. Okay, so Warren's plan is pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I don't think she talks about rent control, which is probably a good thing. But she understands that we need to build more housing, and the way to do that is to, you know, do something with the local zoning rules. But she's a little vague about what that means. She doesn't talk about NIMBYs. Now, nobody does. Only Yang talks about NIMBYs. And so, minimum lot sizes, mandatory parking. And so, the thing is, like, she's very, she knows the lingo, she's talked to enough people in the housing space that she understands things like, what is mandatory parking requirements, right? What the fuck is that, right? She knows what that is. So she has a very good technical and theoretical understanding of the problem. The only thing is that I don't know if she's gonna follow up on it, because she doesn't talk about NIMBYs. Like, you have to acknowledge that if you're gonna try to fix the housing crisis, you're gonna confront these people. And then, so yeah, that's it. Anyone else? Oh yeah, Michael Bloomberg. I'm gonna play, hold on. You know, like, if you kind of put all the housing plans together, Michael Bloomberg housing plan. So, Michael Bloomberg is kind of a dick. and this is why this is like makes it so hard for me, because he says nice things about Michael Bloomberg, you know. Like, he says nice things about YIMBY, and then he's like, wow, but like redlining was necessary because it was, you know, it's for practical reasons, right? That's his rationale, right? I'm not in, no. Okay. Plans, where's the housing? Housing. I know you have it here. Crazy guy. There it is. He doesn't hate poor people, he just doesn't know they exist, you know? Okay. Throw more money at the problem, you know, sounds like Mike. Rento assistant. This is this is basically a continuation of existing programs, which doesn't work that well. especially because they're not covering everyone. At least he acknowledges that we need more housing, right? Yada yada yada. See, if you just like, hey, stop asking me. So, if you just like put all these, right? If you put Mike's, Warren's, Bernie's, and Pete's housing plans together, they're all kind of the same. You know, they're very, very, like, there's nothing really radically different about any of them. You know, they're pretty close to each other, so, like, you know, I would say that Pete is, like, on par with the rest of these folks, right? And I don't see, like, a huge difference between most of them. I had a boss that thought giving me a raise would fix the problem. Oh, yeah. No, lots of people do that, man, because they don't want to deal with the real problem. So they're just like, well, here's some money, figure it out. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, I hope this phone call doesn't last too long. But I'm just gonna play some of my ambient music that I made.
Automation.
I'm gonna get this queued up, you know. I made a Andrew Yang ambient music album. Okay. So I think that's about it. Anything else? Anything? Oh yeah, Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden is just like, you know, if you talk to Ewan Castro, right? Castro, remember that guy? The HUD director? You know, assuming that Joe and Ewan had, you know, they talked to each other at least a couple times. I'm pretty sure Joe understands the problem, but most of his donors are NIMBYs. This is the problem of everyone, actually. You know, because the people that are paying the bills are more often than not, regardless if they're Democrats or not, they're NIMBYs. So this is the problem that everybody has, including Bernie. Bernie has a lot of NIMBYs on his side. He'll vehemently deny it, but they are there. You know, they're on record. Maybe Mike is a little bit more refreshing because he's just like, whatever. I know. You know, he's just like, I think he comes across as being a little refreshing because he doesn't try to hide it, you know, and maybe that's what's scary about him, you know. And Yang is just like NIMBYs. Get straight to the point. It's too bad this didn't catch on more, but oh well. Yeah, I'll be back depending on how long it takes. Oh shoot, did he try to call? Shit, he did try to call. Okay, I gotta take it. Okay, 1 second.
I'm going to be the first president to use PowerPoint in the State of the Union. How do you feel about that? Yeah, break out the PowerPoint chant. No, don't do it. Yes. Yes, this is the nerdiest presidential campaign in history. We did it, Seattle. We weren't quite there until that moment, but then you just did it.
Well, it's great to be here, and visiting Silicon Valley is always a treat. My parents met at UC Berkeley. Any Berkeley Bears here in the house? Yes. So it's like I owe my existence to that school. My brother's named after the Lawrence Observatory. I used to joke that maybe my parents did something fun there, but I'm sure they didn't. They were pretty boring Taiwanese grad students. I'm running for president. I'm Andrew Yang, and I'm running for president because of this topic, which is the impact of technology on the U.S. workforce. We're here to talk about AI. We're in the hub of Silicon Valley. How many of y'all are entrepreneurs or work in technology? Vast majority of you, I'd imagine. us. So I started an organization called Venture for America that was designed to help create thousands of jobs around the country. And so that's what I did between 2011 and 2017. And I was honored by the Obama White House for my work with Venture for America. How many of you all like documentaries, like films? How many of you have Netflix? So there's a documentary about my organization that's now on Netflix with an Oscar-winning director called Generation Startup. Between 2011 and 2017, I helped train hundreds of young entrepreneurs to create jobs in Detroit, Cleveland, Baltimore, St. Louis, Birmingham, New Orleans, and other cities around the country. And I did this in part because Silicon Valley and my hometown of New York City have been a little bit too good at attracting talent. You know what I mean? Like, if you work here in Silicon Valley, you work all the time with people who come here from other parts of the country and from around the world. But what happens is that what benefits Silicon Valley in many ways is depleting other communities around the country. Because if you're a really smart, enterprising grad student in Michigan or Ohio, you're trying to come here. And then if you're in Michigan or Ohio, then you're looking around wondering what happened to the jobs. So this is what I was working on for the last 7 years. And it led me to this hard truth about automation. And so these are just some visuals about some of the things that we experience in our society every day now. But they correspond, unfortunately, to the most common jobs in the American economy. So this, you all see it when you go to the airports. How many of you resent this the same way I do when you go to a supermarket and you have to check yourself out? You have, like, raise your hand if you don't like this. Because I'm really bad at it myself. It always takes me an extra 5 to 10 seconds per item where I'm like, oh, where is the barcode? And like, I feel very slow and sluggish, and I'm like, if only there was a human here to help me. This little girl's probably better at it than I am. But we all know why they're doing this, that it's much cheaper to have us do it than to have a human clerk do it. Now, this may not be as familiar to you all. This is a robot pizza. And here in Silicon Valley, some of my friends who are venture capitalists are investing in robot pizza trucks, where if you order a pizza, it will get picked up automatically by essentially a pizza oven on wheels that will then come to you, and then you will punch in your code, and then it'll just open the window and say, here's your pizza. So there'll never be a human that picks up the phone. There's never a human that interacts with your pizza. There's not a human that drives it to you. It just shows up on your doorstep. And apparently it's delicious. I haven't had one yet, but I really want one. Just so I can then say more authoritatively, it's delicious. This is one that's getting a lot of press for good reason, because driving a truck is the most common job in 29 states in this country. Driving a truck is the most common job in 29 states. There are 3.5 million truck drivers in the United States, 94% men, average age 49, average education high school. A lot of them are ex-military. They make on average $46,000 a year. So you have to ask yourself, if we are successful here in Silicon Valley at automating away truck driving, what are those 3.5 million middle-aged American men going to do? How many of you know people who are working on self-driving cars and trucks? I do too. And we all know why they're doing it, because that's where the money is. $168 billion in financial incentives to automate away truck driving. That's the sort of nation-scale money that can transform our infrastructure in the days to come. And then, of course, there's the manufacturing jobs. Now, these 5 slides I just presented correspond to the most common jobs in the American economy. Administrative and clerical is number 1. Retail is number 2. Food service and food preparation is number 3. Truck driving and transportation is number 4. And manufacturing is still number 5. Now, I have no illusions about any political alignment. I'm running for president as a Democrat. But to me, the reason why Donald Trump is our president today is because of automation. And it comes down to what happened here with the manufacturing workers. So manufacturing jobs declined from 17 million to about 12 million over the last number of years. And where were those jobs centered? They were centered in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Missouri, and Iowa. Now, if those states sound familiar to you, those states are all the swing states in the middle of the country that Donald Trump needed to win to become president. And he did win all of those states. And then if you dig into the voter district data, there's actually a straight line up between the adoption of industrial robots in a voting area and the movement to Donald Trump. For all of the media discussion around Russia and the FBI and Facebook and these other factors,
like the
reason
idea
Donald Trump's our
that,
president is because we
this will
automated
help
away 4 million
with the housing stock
manufacturing jobs.
kind of
And
thing.
looking around this room, I have a feeling you'd agree with this statement. It is not immigrants that are causing the economic dislocation around the United States. It is technology.
Okay, yeah.
So our country is now facing these historic changes, and it is confused. It is deeply confused as to what to do. We have a very, very clear message that's saying immigrants are to blame, even though that's not what the facts say. And Americans are so desperate for any kind of narrative that they'll actually turn to that and say, okay, he's saying that, and it must be true, and it makes me feel a certain way. And it is now up to us, the leaders of Silicon Valley, to say, no, this is not the truth. The truth is that our economy is evolving in ways that is pushing more and more Americans to the side. It is resulting in economic distress and political and social disintegration. And that we, the people who are building the future, know that this future must include Americans from every part of the country and every walk of life, not just engineers. So we got rid of these 4 million, well, we got rid of 5 million manufacturing jobs. The 4 million were due to automation. 1 million were due to globalization and some other factors. So then what happens? How many of you all studied economics in college? I did. Some of you did. So according to our economics textbook, what happens if you get rid of 4 million manufacturing jobs to those workers? What do those workers do? They get retrained, reskilled, move for new opportunities, find a new job. That is what my macroeconomics textbook said as well. That's what all of our textbooks said.
Something?
All right, so what actually happened? When in real life, because if you go back, so when did this decimation happen? It happened starting in the year 2000, right? 2000 to 2016 or so is when this slide goes. So just remember the year 2000. What else happens in the year 2000?
I'm at my computer now.
Well, let's see. The American labor force participation rate goes off a cliff. You can see that millions of Americans did not find new jobs. They just left the workforce. This is an exodus of unskilled men. Right now, as we're here together, the labor force participation rate in the United States is 63%, which is the same levels as Ecuador and Costa Rica. And that is in year 10 of an expansion. Now, there are very, very rosy, some of you are thinking, how can this be? Because I see all the headlines that unemployment is at a near record low, right? It's like 3.8%, something along those lines. So how can it be that millions have dropped out of the workforce and our headline unemployment rate is so low? And it's all in the design of the headline unemployment rate statistic, that if you leave the workforce like these millions of Americans did, you no longer count in the unemployment rate. That's just the way that the statistic is calculated. So it can both be true that you have a low headline unemployment rate and you have almost 1 out of 5 prime working age American men
most of the information is
and both
already
of those
there,
things are now true.
it seems.
Then what happens? How do these people survive if they leave the workforce? What they do is they file for disability, which is the black line. So disability around 2000 starts to go up and up and up to the point where now there are more Americans on disability than work in the construction industry. 20% of working age adults in some parts of the country are on disability. And then they start to kill themselves in record numbers. You see here in 2000, this is the blue line, that's the suicide rate among middle-aged non-Hispanic whites in the US, and then it starts to skyrocket. As you can see, in most of these other developed countries, the suicide rate is declining because that's what you'd expect in a developed country. But the United States, it instead goes off the chart to the point where now America's overall life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years
sorry, where
due to the fact that suicides and drug overdoses have each overtaken vehicle deaths
I'm in the
as cause of
housing
death for the first
challenge
time in this nation's history.
And
You don't want to know the last time American life expectancy declined for 3 years in a row?
To the people
the
are
Spanish flu of 1918. We're back in Spanish flu territory because of the fact that
the
we
webinar,
decimated these manufacturing jobs, and then the people who were in those jobs saw no future and started to
I see.
drugs
So
and,
these
drink
people.
themselves to death. Now, none of this was in my economics textbook. It did
And
not say,
basically,
hey, if you get rid of 4 million
you just kinda
manufacturing
want
jobs,
something
they go
like
home,
a list
kill
of
themselves, vote for
contact
Donald Trump,
information.
and start,
Okay.
like that's not what my textbook said. But this is what is happening. And so if you look around other parts of the country and you're confused what's happening, these are what the facts are. Again, 2000, you see another surge. This is the rate of children in America born to unmarried mothers, which was a shock to me. I had to triple check this statistic.
So, what do you want me to do?
When I was growing up, this was
the
about
writing
15%.
stuff?
Now it's 40%. 40% of American children are born to unmarried mothers. Now there are a number of reasons for this, but studies have shown that there's one very big reason, which is that if you're a non-college educated man in this country, you do not have a secure economic
those you haven't done yet.
path forward, and so you don't think that anyone wants to marry you, and you're right. And if you're a non-college educated man in the United States, you have a less than 50% chance of ever being married. But occasionally, you have a kid. And thus you have this table, this graph. Now, I'm a parent. How many of y'all are parents?
Okay.
Now, it was a shock to me how hard being a parent was. And I'm married, and there are two of us, and we have resources. Like, I always thought my family was amazing until I had kids. And then I was like, where the hell are my parents? You know, like, aren't people supposed to be like loving on my like kids and like grandkids and whatnot? Like my wife and I are like, whoa, it was almost overwhelming. So imagine going through that as a single mom. And imagine that happening in tens of millions of households
So kind
around
of
the United
like,
States. And then play out what happens to those kids
we are
as
going
time goes
to
on.
be, I mean,
Now,
you're
the data around
targeting
what
this
happens to
population
American
because
children who
it's
grow
sort
up
of like classified as a
when I say
like a
single
vulnerable
moms,
community.
when you say single parent, 90% of it's single
You'd
mom.
like to
So single
provide
parent and single mom are almost synonymous.
jobs
so if
or
you
housing?
have millions of American children growing up to single parent households, the data shows that there's a real divergence in outcome based upon if it's a boy or a girl. If you have a little girl,
But the main thing,
she has a single mom.
Got
Her
it.
single mom's like a superhero, like a superwoman. And then that kid sees, okay, my mom's superhuman. I should try and be like her. And the outcomes are generally okay. If you have a little boy growing up to a single mom, it turns out that little boys are more sensitive to parental time input than little girls. And they don't have a male role model, so they start thinking that boys are losers. They're boys, so they're losers. They do badly at school, they have behavioral problems, and dysfunction is at much, much higher levels. So this is what's happening in American households around the country. The little boys who grow up in single-parent households are particularly prone to very negative social and educational outcomes. And if you extrapolate again, this is going to be with us for a very long time because you're talking about 40% of American children at this point, 40% of American boys. So it even extends to our collective mental health. Anxiety, depression, stress levels are all at record highs in this country. It's particularly bad for teenage girls. And so some of you who are parents of teenage girls, you might be seeing this. And this is tied into technology, where the rise in depression and anxiety is hand in hand with the rise of smartphone use and social media apps. Where one of my friends in Silicon Valley said that you have some of the smartest people in our country working on turning supercomputers into dopamine delivery systems and slot machines for teenage girls. And they get paid a lot of money to do so, and there's really no financial incentive in terms of protecting like our children from things that benefit companies. So this is all a backdrop to why Donald Trump's our president today, and this is why I care. Now, so there's pictures of my two boys, 6 and 3. My older son is autistic. And so we have to make big choices right now as a country. We have to explain to our fellow citizens it is not immigrants, it is technology. And then we have to start evolving and advancing in terms of the way we see our economy and our role within it. Because this is not just truckers and retail clerks. This is also going to be radiologists and accountants and lawyers. 44% of American jobs are subject to automation. This is not an us or them problem, this is an everyone problem. And if you look at my two little boys, you can see they're not very tough. They're not very rugged. They're going to do very, very poorly in a country that is tearing itself apart with truckers rioting and people turning on each other. This is the mindset of scarcity that is sweeping our country. 78% living paycheck to paycheck, 57% can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. And so you have to ask ourselves, what is the plan moving forward? Who is making this case to the American people? And it turns out I'm making this case to the American people. So I'm running for president now. Many of you might not have heard that much about me in the campaign, but I'm polling at 3% nationwide. And I am one of only 8 candidates in a field of 21 that has already qualified for the Democratic primary debates in June and July based upon both my polling and the fact that I have over 100,000 individual donors from around the country, including many of you, so thank you for that. So this campaign is taking off, raised millions of dollars in increments of only $20 each around the country. And most people have never heard of me, still. There is a political analyst named Nate Silver, who runs a blog called 538. Raise your hand if you've heard of Nate Silver and 538. So Nate Silver took a look at the numbers. You all like numbers, I like numbers. He said, okay, here are the 3 numbers. Andrew Yang has raised over $3 million in increments of $20 each. Andrew Yang is polling at 3% nationwide, higher than many sitting senators and governors. And Andrew Yang's name recognition is lower than every other candidate's. So he said, based upon those 3 numbers, our projections cannot discount the possibility that as more Americans find out about Andrew Yang, he grows and grows and grows and wins the whole thing. And that is Nate Silver. That's Nate Silver, that's not me. So this is the plan to help keep our country strong and whole. This is the plan to help wake people up to the fact that we're in the midst of the 4th industrial revolution, the greatest economic and technological transformation in our nation's history. And we need to start solving the problems that are making Americans miserable so that my kids and your kids can grow up in the same country that most of us grew up in. Well, you came to this country, my parents came to this country to create a better life for our family. And it worked. And I'm very, very lucky to have been born here in the U.S. and to be an American. I'm very proud to be an American. And my kids, are obviously going to grow up in this country too. And I look out and I see, like, what does the future hold for them? Does their future look as bright as my parents believed it to be? And the fact is, it does not. By the numbers, it does not. So we have to come together and step up and contribute to the country that has given so much to us, because there are 2 paths ahead for us. This is the path of scarcity, where people start competing against each other and start losing their rationality. And right now, if you have financial scarcity, which is happening right now in this country, it has a functional impact of decreasing your IQ by 13 points, or 1 standard deviation. So anyone who thinks that America is getting less reasonable and rational and more prone to bad ideas, you are right. We are. Because if people can't pay their bills, that's exactly what goes on in their minds and in their households. So this is the future we're aiming for, a future actually that kind of resembles Silicon Valley.
Oh yeah, there's a lot in here. Yeah.
But this is a future of abundance and shared humanity, and of us valuing ourselves not as economic inputs into a machine, but as human beings and
but
citizens
I know exactly
and shareholders
why
of this great
happening,
country.
So want me to articulate that, right?
All right, so I try and make anything I do as relevant to the people who are listening to me at that moment. So where are you guys? Like, how many of you are undergrads?
Okay.
Show of hands.
Actually,
Virtually everyone? Oh my God, let's do that again.
Do some research
So how many of you are seniors?
Folks on the,
Juniors?
in the list.
Sophomores?
So we can get a sense
freshmen.
of where they're coming from.
All right, good stuff. All right, so I'm going to talk to you as if you're juniors. Because I'm just going to land in the middle somewhere. It's all good. So The theme is going to be the
okay.
flow of talent, and the graphic that kicks us off, if I can get this thing to go.
But just in general, are the folks
Hey,
that
Mike,
are
where
going
do
to be
I point
looking
this
at this grant,
Oh, sorry.
do they tend to lean more left or right, or are they more moderate, or
Unfortunately, just click this thing.
like in general?
Yeah. So this is the graphic we're going to use to kick off the discussion. And for those of you who are seniors, this
Okay.
might be more familiar than
Maybe
if
left
you're a
of
freshman.
center.
So what this graphic represents is that it's a lot easier for a young, smart person right now to become a banker, consultant,
Okay,
or
yeah,
lawyer
no, I
than it
know.
is to do just about
It's a-
anything else.
Yeah,
And
it's a little
I
bit
resemble this.
repetitive,
I graduated from Brown in '96 and did not know what I wanted to do. So I went to law school, which clarifies absolutely nothing. So for those of you who are thinking about law school, you should know that awaits if you do that. So I graduated from law school, and not knowing what I wanted to do still, I became an M&A and banking attorney in New York, because that's what you did out of Columbia if you didn't know what to do. I was there for about 5 months, and I went home kind of dispirited at Thanksgiving to my parents. And I said, you know, Mom and Dad, like when I was young, I didn't dream about being the scribe. I dreamt about going in the woods and killing something. And they, of course, didn't know what I was talking about. But I then went back to my job and said, you know what? I feel like, you know, I'd like to try and build something, but I don't know if I have the wherewithal. So I took a week off from work and then tried to start this company. Made enough of what felt like progress so that I then went and quit my job and then started a .com. It was around 2000. Had its mini rise and maximum fall. We raised about $250,000. Got some press, but then the bubble burst. And how old were you guys when the bubble burst in 2001?
Okay.
8, 9. So, do you guys have any recollection of that time? Maybe your parents were watching CNBC very sad for a little while or something like that? Anything like that? I mean, there are adults among you who remember this stuff. So when the bubble burst, it was like a giant hand went through the streets of New York and swept away any company that was not nailed down, which included my little outfit. So at this point, I'm 25. I've just lost investors about $250,000. I still owe $100,000 in law school debt. And my parents are like, what happened? You used to be smart. But at this point, I've been bitten by the bug and said, you know what, I think I really want to do this. I really want to learn how to build a business, create a company. So I'm going to submit this to you. So what should young Andrew do now? 25, lying on his floor, looking up at the ceiling. Like, what's the next step?
Mm-hmm.
Try again. But how to try again, given that I just raised money and lost, and it's like 2001, 2002, when no one wants to invest in anything. Wow, I don't know what that means.
This is primarily a middle income.
Okay, so I'm going to
housing
submit something else to
project,
you.
would
Let's
you
say you wanted to
say,
become a
or-
chef really bad. What might you do?
Work for a
Chef school, what's another possibility?
Okay,
Get a job where?
you got it.
Right, you would take your chef knife out and you would go down on one knee and you would go to someone and say, be my master, right? You'd find someone who's like a better chef. So that's what I did. I found an experienced entrepreneur and I became his lieutenant, his VP of something or other. And so for 4 years, I supported him as that company raised about $7 million and went to $3 million in revenue. And then I became the CEO of a company called Manhattan GMAT. Has anyone heard of Manhattan GMAT? Junior, seniors, maybe? So Manhattan GMAT grew from being a relatively small GMAT boutique to #1 in the US over the next 5 or 6 years, to the point where we were acquired by the Washington Post in 2009, because we were #1 in the US, Washington Post owns Kaplan, we were beating the tar out of Kaplan, Kaplan got tired of it, so the CEO calls me and says, hey, let's talk, we have a little bidding process, and then the company gets acquired. So it's one of the reasons why I'm very familiar with this particular picture, because many of the people that my company served at Manhattan GMAT were bankers and consultants who then weren't really finding what they were looking for as 20-something-year-olds, and so they would take the GMAT, apply to business school, and then go to business school. All right, so I'm going to continue with this. So let's take a look at what the actual numbers are. So let's take Harvard's class of 2011. What were the most common things to do at a Harvard a year ago? Shout them out. Yes, finance, consulting, law, not accounting. And the fourth is med school. So the question is, what proportion of Harvard students did one of those 4 things? All right, so I've got between 40 and 90%, and as usual, the wisdom of crowds, the truth is exactly in the middle. So it's 65%. And then you have the potpourri category, which is a little bit of everything. It's grad school, nonprofits, industry, government, IT, military. Then you have its own line item, Teach for America. 18% apply, 4% actually become Teach for America core members. And then undecided. So 10% went to Europe and then became consultants. So this is the picture from Harvard a year ago. So let me get some feedback. Is this surprising, unsurprising? Not surprising. And now I'm going to throw the normative question out there. Is this a good thing, a bad thing, or neutral? Wow, that one's fraught, right? All right, so let's keep on going. So if you take a look at other top schools, the picture's the same. The picture is the same here at Georgetown. I didn't pull the Georgetown stats, but they're quite similar. And so you can see that it's not just a Harvard thing. It's really any top school thing. And I've spoken at 40 universities around the country, and they all say the same thing. So what does that mean in terms of our country, let's say regionally? So if you have half your smart kids becoming bankers, consultants, and lawyers, where are they going to live? New York, DC, maybe Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, LA. Those are the top 6. We just listed the top 4.
Right.
So then you have the rest of the country, much of which is struggling with job growth and economic development. And one of the things we think this graphic represents is that if you're a smart kid from, let's say, Florida, who comes to Georgetown, the odds of you becoming a banker, consultant, and lawyer and living in New York, Boston, DC, very high. Odds of you going back to Florida, starting a business, doing something that creates jobs opportunities, very low. You end up with a systematic talent drain on most of the country if they happen to get identified by a national university, and then this is the picture you end up with. What do you guys think? Empirically true? Absolutely. Wow. All right. We're starting to get something. Good stuff. So, why is this the case? And those of you who are freshmen, raise your hands again. How many of you who have your hands up, keep them up, know what management consulting is? All right. So how is it that world goes from that to, let's say, 20% of the class, like at least applying for consulting jobs and maybe even converting? Like, how does that happen? Seniors, chime in, please. Money's there. What else? Keep going. Sorry?
Okay. So
security,
target population
fear
is Crenshaw and Slauson. Is what you're saying.
Keep going, keep going. Yes, and resources. This is not an accident. People spend money and time educating the market. That is all of you over your 4 years. You know, by the time you're a senior, you'll know the names: McKinsey, Bain, BCG, Deloitte, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's take a look at how this list looks. Prestige, easy to find. Progress, seek the next level. Opens doors. Money's on the list. Gain skills. Community. And then there's this last one, which is something pro-social. You know, like change the world. And this even applies if you become a banker consultant, because the theory is you must become a baller before you can come back and change the world, right? It's like, you know, and then you can come back to the people with loaves of bread. But, so those of you who are seniors, can I get a yes, this is accurate? All right, thank you. So now I usually talk to people who are interested in startups, so this is a little bit overly broad. But let's say you are interested in startups. Can you show of hands as to how many of you are actually interested in startups? So a significant subset, right? So the seniors among you, why is it that it's unlikely you're actually going to go work for a startup when you graduate? Risky, money, loans. It's pretty much the opposite of the last slide, right? It's like you're not recruited, it's hard to find, there's no structured path, there's no community or peer group, unclear prospects for training, advancement, or success, no network, idea, money, tech, proficiency. But a lot of you really want to, and then you talk about doing it, but first you want to quote unquote learn about business and then come back. Is this accurate?
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
It's like I was one of you.
Okay, so that has like the median.
All right, so here's the big question that Venture for America seeks to answer. What would happen if the same proportion of talent that is currently flowing to banking, consulting, or law school were instead going to startups around the country? How long would that take to impact job growth and innovation nationwide? How many years? Can I get an over-under on this? 5. 1. Wow. That's belief. That's self-belief. You should become an entrepreneur. So between 1 and 5 years. And so we as in, certain people, we see that there are structural forces that make this reality very difficult to achieve. Because if you think about who can come get you here in this collection of intellectual capital, it's high resource organizations from high resource industries.
Yeah.
And so startups are actually neither of those things. Startups are generally low resource, and they also don't have the time horizon. They can't recruit you 8 months in advance. They don't need 20 of you. It's all real time. And if they came, they would have a hard time competing. So how would you go about trying to fix this problem if you decided that this is a vision worth achieving? If you said, you know what, like this is actually potentially a rosier picture. And speaking personally, I believe it's even a rosier picture for the individual, because there's something about what you do that comes to define you over a period of years. You will actually become a different person. And this is something, if there's one thing you remember from this, as a young person, you imagine that you are a static self. Like, I'm young Andrew and I say, hey, I'm gonna do X, and then I'm still gonna be Andrew, I just will have done X. But the truth is, Andrew changes if you have him go to law school, or be in a law firm, or look at contracts all day or whatnot. Like, we're all very adaptable. And so, in my view, the activities that lead you down this road, the startup road, actually end up forming a different self that I'm going to go on a limb and say, for some of you, would be more appealing. But so if you were to want to try and affect this change, what would you do? Yeah, maybe you tinker with the educational system. Yes. So what you do is, well, if you were me, what you would do is you'd go raise $1 million and then start an organization that does this.
Which one?
I've started an organization called Venture for America, and this is particularly relevant for the seniors among you. We recruit top college graduates from around the country. If you get into the program, we bring you to a training camp with, let's say, 80 other ass kickers who all want to be entrepreneurs.
Okay, that's the macro.
We train you. McKinsey comes, IDEO comes, Cambridge Leadership Academy comes, David Tisch comes from Techstars. Like, everyone comes, trains you, and then you go in groups of 10 or so to a city that needs talent, and you work at a startup there with an existing entrepreneur. What we're doing here, and this is, I'm going to do something I shouldn't do, but whatever. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to give you all of these things that you want, because it's prestigious, it's ultra selective, all of these things, progress, opens doors, you get a community, you get the whole thing. Because we are adults, and if we want you to do something, we shouldn't expect you to have to like somehow swim against some violent current to do it. We should actually pave the path. And so that's what Venture for America is about. It's about giving you all of these things that you want, that we know you want, in order to do what you want to do and what the country wants you to do. And that's build a business in Detroit, New Orleans, New Haven, Baltimore, Cleveland, Providence, et cetera, et cetera. So Venture for America is in the process of doing this. If you come into the program, you agree to work for a startup company for 2 years with an existing entrepreneur at around, let's say, 36 or 38K a year, which doesn't sound like a lot of money, but the guys in Detroit whom I'm visiting next week, they're living in a fancy building with a pool and a gym for $400 a month. So you actually can live pretty well. Plus, they've got 11 buddies around, and they have little road trips, and they have a good time.
Yeah.
And then throughout the 2 years, we supply you with programming and support, and at the end of the 2 years, we give $100K in seed funding to whoever's made it through the 2 years and has done a good job. So it's like a combination of everything you guys grew up watching: Real World, Survivor, Road Rules. Hey, Zach. So this is the plan. We're going to create 100,000 new U.S. jobs by 2025, and I just want to bring it back to the theme. What you guys do is all important. Intellectual capital attracts financial capital, as well as the reverse. If you had enough talented people heading in this direction, then you would see the impact that we're talking about in terms of job creation and innovation. So this is our goal as an organization.
That's the frustrating part.
To revitalize American cities and communities through entrepreneurship, to enable our best and brightest, that's all of you, to create new opportunities for themselves and others, and restore the culture of achievement to include value creation, risk and reward.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
I think I'm before my time, but that's cool. That's all I can say. So thank you all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're not the type of guy to flaunt it, so I noticed that about your sister. No. Just saying, you know, you're fairly modest, I would say. Yeah. And I like that. I can't stand people who are just like, oh man, I did this and I did that, and you know, so nice. Yeah, there is, but you know what those times are. So. Yeah. I mean, you're going into other project, right? Yeah. I think we should do this thing first. Yeah. City news. Yeah. Okay.
I want you to reflect a little bit on what brought you here tonight, because I was thinking about what brought me here tonight, and the Democratic Party of the United States of America is the greatest hope and force for progress in our country today. And you all are going to determine its future. It is not an exaggeration at all to say that the future of the country rests in your hands. And thank you all for the incredible work that you do, leading us every day and fighting the fight.
Yeah, and I should name drop.
Now, I'm not from here, as you may have gathered. My parents immigrated to this country in the 1960s. They met in graduate school. I was born in a town called Schenectady, New York. My father worked for GE and then IBM. My father's a physicist, my mother's an artist, my brother's a psychology professor, and I became an entrepreneur and CEO. I built an education company that was sold to a public company in 2009, and I looked at the nation's problems at that point. I'd made a little money, and so I thought to myself, well, what are the biggest problems that I see? And the biggest problems that I saw were that so much money and energy and talent was heading to the coasts and not to places like Iowa, including people who were from places like Iowa. Many times they thought they had to leave for better opportunities. And so that was the problem that I saw, and I said, we can do something about that. So I donated $120,000 of my own money, started calling rich friends, and said, do you love America? And then the savvy among them said, what does it mean if I say yes to that question? And then I said at least $10,000.
I mean, honestly, you would know.
Said, I love America, where we launched with a budget of about $250,000. Today our budget's about 25 times larger. Thousands of young people have joined or have applied to Venture for America, and hundreds have headed to cities around the country to help create businesses and help businesses grow. So that's what I've been up to for the last 7 years. I'm an entrepreneur
You want me to
and a
pull your
problem
bio
solver
or something
who
else?
likes math. And I say that because people have told me that the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Now, I'm here tonight to tell you all a story in numbers, in part. And I'm going to answer a question that you have been grappling with for the last 2 years. And it may be perhaps the most important question of our time. And that question is this: why did Donald Trump win Iowa by nearly 10 points in 2016? For that matter, why did he win Michigan? Why did he win Ohio? Why did he win Pennsylvania? Why did he win Missouri? Why did he even win Wisconsin? Now that is the question of our time, and the answer is in the numbers. Because again, I love numbers, so I dug in. And the most direct correlation I found was that the more manufacturing jobs were lost in a voting district due to automation, the more blue turned to red in that district. The reason why Donald Trump is our president today is that we've automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Missouri, Wisconsin, and nearly 40,000 right here in Iowa. How many of you personally know someone who has lost his or her job in manufacturing over the last number of years? I'm sure a number of you do. And I've been in these communities in the aftermath of the plant closing. I heard from Mitch right here in Olwine in northeast Iowa what happened there. When jobs disappear, that's when despair takes its place, and that's when blue turns to red. So I have some bad news. I was just in Silicon Valley last month, and this is going to get worse before it gets better. The engineers and scientists of Silicon Valley are working on solving the problems of today, the business problems of today. But as they succeed in solving these problems, their solutions are not going to improve your lives or our lives together. What they're going to do is they're going to make human labor, your labor, our labor, less and less central to the economy and more obsolete. Now this may seem far-fetched or futuristic to some of you, but it's the hard truth. And if you look around you, Iowa has lost 12,000 retail jobs since 2001. How many of you have noticed stores closing in your neighborhoods or area? There are another 178,000 hardworking Iowans in retail and trade right now, and 3 of your 17 malls are in danger of closing. This is going to get worse. There are another over 30,000 Iowans who drive a truck for a living, and this is the most common job in 29 states. My friends in Silicon Valley, and I am friends with some of them, please don't hold against me, but my friends in Silicon Valley are working on trucks that can drive themselves. They say that they're 98% of the way there, and these trucks will start hitting the highways in 5 to 10 years. So the question is, what's going to happen to the drivers at that point? There are thousands of call center workers in Iowa. How many of you saw that Google recently demonstrated software that can do the job of a call center worker? Someone's nodding here.
I think so,
well,
yeah, let me, so mainly, I need
it's
to
there.
work on,
But these
just to be
changes
clear,
are real. Artificial intelligence
question
is real.
3,
Autonomous vehicles are real.
question
This is the
4,
greatest economic and technological
question
transition
5,
in the history
and
of mankind.
6.
Donald Trump is the manifestation of this transition, and our government has been decades behind in being honest about it and addressing it. Now, before deciding to run for president, I decided to try and talk to various political leaders about the fact that this is the core set of issues. And what do you think their responses to me were? Go ahead and shout them out. This will be fun. Sorry, go ahead. Wah wah.
Yeah.
It sounds like you were in the room. So the solutions I heard were these. 1, we cannot talk about that. 2, we should study that further.
Okay.
And 3,
Yeah,
let's educate and retrain Americans for the
so
job.
several people are working on it.
Now that third
Might
one
be
sounds great.
some,
I'm a Democrat, I
disparity
love
in
education, I love retraining. But again, I looked at the numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
And we know what
hard
federally
deadline
funded
for
retraining
tomorrow.
programs, and if they did participate, the success rate was less than 20%. We know that almost half of manufacturing workers that lost their jobs left the workforce and did not work again, and that nearly a quarter of manufacturing jobs that lost their jobs left the workforce and never worked again. So those are the numbers.
quite nice.
That is the story the numbers are telling us, and this is the challenge of our era. Now, the question is, what are we going to do about it if the problem is this big?
Alright, I can work on it
And the
tonight.
answer is,
Yeah.
as John alluded to, we must fundamentally shift. the way
And then
we
I will
perceive
text
work
you.
and value
Texting is
in our
okay, right? If I
society.
have any questions.
And I have a three-part plan to make
Okay.
this happen and solve.
And I will. I will call you if it's like, oh
Right
no,
today.
help, you know. So.
Now, the first
yeah.
is the freedom dividend. where
Okay, so I get on it.
American
Alright.
adult would receive $1,000 free and clear, no questions asked, every month to pay your bills, invest
Yeah.
in your families, start new businesses, and do what you want to do because you know how best
Oh.
you would use that money. Already, right now, 31% of Iowans are working full time and cannot make ends meet.
Okay.
And 59% of our fellow Americans
Yeah, you want it to
cannot
be
pay
specific to
an
Crenshaw
unexpected
and it's
$500
also-
bill. They're living
so.
paycheck to paycheck, week to week, and you know that is the reality for many of your friends and neighbors. And we can change that. We can give Americans a raise. So many of you might think, wow, that sounds phenomenal, too good to be true. But I want
Yeah,
to give you some background and history.
Okay.
A law almost
Got it.
exactly like this passed the House of Representatives. in
Alright,
1970.
yep, so I'll get on it,
Richard Nixon.
and, yeah, I'll
Martin
keep you
Luther King
posted.
was for it. 1,000 economists signed a
yeah,
letter
talk to you in a
saying
bit.
this would be great for the economy and society. And a plan just like this has been in effect in one state for 36
let's
years,
see.
where it has created thousands of jobs, helped improve children's nutrition,
She's like,
and lowered income inequality. And what state is that? You may or may not know. Yeah, it's Alaska. And they use oil
answering
money.
the question,
And I'm going to ask you all today, Democrats of
shouldn't
Iowa,
take
what
that
is the
long.
oil of today?
but I'll estimate. let's
Technology.
say,
That's right. That
They're
is
going
the oil of
through
today.
all the questions
So my
to like
plan,
complete it.
the
and we
freedom
take a little
dividend
while.
would put $16 billion into the
I'll
hands of
estimate like
Iowans every year
maybe
so
4
that you
hours,
could
so.
pay your bills and do everything that you would do with $1,000 more per month and would create over 40,000 jobs in Iowa immediately.
Does that work for you?
Now, this is a very, very big plan and a big move, but it's something that we can achieve because, again, you determine
Okay.
the future
Okay,
of this
that's
country,
fair.
and we need to build
Yeah.
an economy that actually puts
Okay.
human goals and
Right.
values front and center, invest in
Yep,
our
see you in a bit.
people, and build a trickle-up economy. The Republicans have been selling that trickle-down garbage for decades, and we know it doesn't work at all.
Ugh. Yeah. It is a housing gig.
They even know it doesn't work. They know it's nonsense. So we're going to build a
Alright,
trickle-up
so, how did I saw that. Ugh. So there, okay, so I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to stop the stream. So I did get a gig, and so I'm doing a little bit of grant writing for this guy, in fact. So, and it's like this is last minute. It's due tomorrow, so I have to work on it tonight, and so. Yeah. So I gotta get on it like right now. It's gonna be really hard to do this, and I can't really do this on stream because it's not public stuff. So yeah, so sorry about that, but I'm gonna have to head out, and then what grant? Okay, actually, I could tell you about the project before I go because it's actually kind of a cool project. So Andre is working on trying to get this is the stuff we talk about. He's trying to work on a grant from the city to build a what's the word? A modular housing factory in the South Central area. You know, kind of. You know, it might be close to where you live, POP. You know, so he wants to build a factory somewhere in Los Angeles, so to build modular housing units for low-income communities. You know, so he's trying to get a grant for that. And then he's like, you know, oh wait, it's due tomorrow. Oh shit. Can you help me out with it? You know? So I gotta do it. I gotta do it tonight. That's how it goes with these gigs, man. It's just like it comes and goes real quick. So I'll get a little bit of money, and it's not it's not like enough to live off, but it'll get me more looped into all of the projects that he's doing, you know. So I think it'd be good for me to do it. Yeah, right. You know, when you first like meet someone, right? When you first meet someone and you're like doing work with them, it's just like you gotta do a few small projects, and there, you know, just keep this in mind, you know, if you ever do this kind of things. But like they're not gonna be like, okay, now you are you see, like this is why the stuff like people complaining on YouTube drives me nuts, because that's not how the world works. You know, you do a few small projects here and there, and what they're doing is they're testing you out to see if you're reliable, right? And if you do good work, you'll get better jobs. You know, like, okay, here I'll give you like $100 to do this and that. And if you do good work, you'll get hired again. You know, and it's like, but on the internet, you have all these people who are just like, man, no, you should make me the director of communications, like, immediately, you know? It's just like, anyway, I gotta go. Alright, thanks, guys. It was fun today, but I'll see you later. You know, I'll probably be back tomorrow. After. So I'll still be doing this thing. This is like another project, right? This is like a whole different thing. So I'm you know, work is coming in, so we'll see how it goes. So take care.